Call the City Council meeting for Monday, April 20th, 2026 to order. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Call the roll, please.
Here.
Councilmember Cordes.
Here.
Mayor Lean.
Here.
Councilmember Bernatz. Here. Councilmember WINDSCHITL. Oops.
Not present yet. All right, got that one. Any changes to the agenda?
None.
Seeing none, we'll look for a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Holly, second by Jake. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item 5.1, the appointment of Phil WINDSCHITL as City Council member and the oath of office.
All right. Please repeat after me. I, Finn WINDSCHITL, do solemnly swear
I, Philip WINDSCHITL, do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Minnesota,
and the Constitution of the State of Minnesota,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of council member
and I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of council member
in accordance with the law and the best of my judgment and ability, so help me God.
in accordance with the law and to the best of my judgment and ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Come take a seat. Please, yeah, sorry, magic words. If you could be so bothered. I'll give you a little space now. Would you like to say your comments now, or would you like to wait till the end?
I'll say it now if I can.
Okay.
Just a short prepared statement. Sorry. First, I'd like to begin by thanking the City Council, Mayor, staff, for the time and effort that they put into this selection process. I know it's never easy, but I appreciate it and thank you. To my wife and kids, thank you for supporting me in pursuing this opportunity. Serving on the council requires a significant amount of time and energy, and I couldn't consider it without your encouragement and understanding. Thank you. To the residents of Farmington, I want you to know that I am truly, faithfully committed to serving the community. I will lead with integrity, make informed, thoughtful decisions that I believe will result in positive outcomes for the city. I value open communication and I'm ready to listen, whether the conversations are easy or challenging as we work through the decisions ahead. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity and excited to work hard and to see what's ahead. Please don't hesitate to reach out. I welcome your input and I look forward to connecting with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we officially do the vote to vote them in?
Sure. Official action. We would look for a motion to appoint Philip WINDSCHITL as the City Council member to fill the vacancy for the remainder of the term beginning April 20th, 2026 and ending December 31st, 2026.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Jake, second by Steve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We already got the other one. Okay. I think we're all good for that one then? All right. We'll save our comments for the end if that's okay. Get through all of them. All right. Item 5.2 is Chief Seam with the swearing in of our police officers.
Mayor and Council, I have the honor today to present to you two sergeants for swearing in and two of our officers, Sergeant Matt Hendrickson, Sergeant Keaton Rubin, Officer Tyler Wood, and Officer Kelly Huntington. Before we start, I know there are many family members in the audience. I would love for the parents of those individuals to please stand. I want to thank you for raising these officers and instilling in them the character necessary to represent this profession in the Farmington Police Department. Thank you. If Officer Tyler Wood and Officer Kelly Huntington could come forward, please. It's right in front. There you go. Officer Tyler Wood. Tyler grew up in Hampton, where he developed a strong sense of community and service at an early age. After graduating from Hastings High School, he pursued his goal of becoming a police officer at Alexandria Technical and Community College, earning his degree in law enforcement. Officer Tyler Wood comes from a family dedicated to law enforcement, so service to others has always been more than a career choice. His father, Nate Wood, currently serves the city of Farmington. His uncle, Captain Chris Wood, currently serves the city of Eden Prairie. He's also joined today by his cousin, Alyssa, who serves with the city of Burnsville. Outside of work, Tyler is supported by his fiancée, Ellie, and their beautiful daughter, Parker, also present today. Officer Kelly Huntington. Kelly grew up in Inver Grove Heights and then moved to South St. Paul in 2014. In her free time, Kelly enjoys horseback riding and taking her 6-year-old lab for walks. She previously worked for the Dakota County Sheriff's Office as a correctional deputy and a park ranger and an explorer. Kelly had an associate's degree when we hired her and sent her to Hennepin Tech to complete her necessary law enforcement courses and a skills program to become a police officer. Her tuition and wages were paid by a state grant aimed at transitioning people into law enforcement. Officer Kelly Huntington and Tyler Wood, we are proud of your work you have put in to earn this badge. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Kelly Huntington,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Minnesota
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Minnesota
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties as police officer
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties as police officer
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
If I could please have Ellie come forward for the badge pinning. And we have a special guest here as well. Pinning on Kelly's badge will be Hennepin County Sheriff DeWanna Witt.
I won't poke. 26 years of doing this, you think it'd just be easy, right?
And if actually we could get a picture, DeWanna.
Sorry, I didn't catch you right.
It's okay.
Thank you. Kelly, you guys shake hands. Go ahead. And then right over here.
Oh, boy. I just want to say I'm thankful for the opportunity to go through the IC Poet program. Definitely learned a lot, and I'm grateful to be a police officer with the city of Farmington, so thank you.
I want to say thank you to the city council and the mayor for allowing me to have a job here. I always grew up in the area, like my chief said. Being here is a dream come true to be able to follow in my family's footsteps. Thank you.
All right. Next, could I have Sergeant Matt Hendrickson and Sergeant Keaton Rubin come forward? All right. Sergeant Rubin began his career with the Farmington Police Department in October of 2017. Over the past several years, he has consistently demonstrated leadership, initiative, and a deep commitment to professional development. He has served as a firearms instructor, a reality-based training instructor, and a field training officer, mentoring new officers and helping shape the next generation of this department. Keaton is originally from Bloomington, Minnesota, and graduated from John F. Kennedy High School in 2013. He went on to earn his bachelor's degree in law enforcement from Minnesota State University, Mankato in 2017. Law enforcement is a family tradition for him, and that sense of service runs deep. Keaton is supported by his wife, Haley, and their 3 children, Kinsley, Hudson, and Riker. Sergeant Matt Hendrickson's 22 years in law enforcement is no small thing. The vast majority of that time is spent right here in Farmington. He came to us after starting his career in Lonsdale. 15 years on SWAT across multiple roles as assistant team leader, and assistant commander shows a level of skill, composure, and responsibility that few achieve. He's also invested heavily in others, teaching firearms, reality-based training, taser, pepperball, red dot instructor, and years of FTOing new officers. Every officer you've trained carries a piece of your influence out on the street. You continue to influence new officers by once again supervising the FTO program. Now this may present as a bit of a deja vu for some of you. It was about 12 years ago when Sergeant Hendrickson was first sworn in as a sergeant in these chambers. He served in that role for almost 11 years before making undoubtedly the best decision of his life. He left Farmington for the best possible reason: love. He followed his girlfriend back home to Milwaukee, where he worked for Whitefish Bay Police Department. He promptly proposed, got married, and when he and his wife, Megan, started talking about their future together, Minnesota was on their minds. We received Matt back with open arms. Matt is joined here today by his father, Barry, and his wife, Megan. So tonight, it's my honor to swear you in once again as Sergeant Hendrickson. The title reflects what you've already earned, and the department is better because of it. Just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Keaton Rubin,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Minnesota,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Minnesota
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties as police sergeant,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties as police sergeant,
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Megan Hendrickson. Could you come forward, please? And Haley Rubin. And go ahead. All right, good job, guys. We got one big picture all together. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I just want to say that I am very thankful to be back working for this community and working with the men and women of the Farmington Police Department. And just briefly, I need to publicly thank my wife for all her love and support. I would not be here without her, so thank you. Thank you.
I would just like to say thank you for having us here tonight. Thank you to Chief for selecting me as the next police sergeant to help lead the department. And especially thanks to my wife and 3 kids who deal with long nights, long days, long shifts. But it's all been well worth it, and I love serving the community of Farmington. So thank you.
Phil? You want to give any comments? Sorry, I put you on the spot there first time.
Yeah, you did. No, thanks. It's great to swear new officers, and it's always enjoyable seeing it, especially to the veterans and the family that I know out there. Nate, congrats on your son getting a job. So, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a profession that, unfortunately does have long hours, stressful. But just remember, you're supported by everybody, and we appreciate what you do and look forward to the good things you bring to the department. Congrats.
Holly?
Yeah, I would add to that as Chief Seam had already stated, this is not an independent career decision. This is a family career decision, right? It affects every member of the family, and a lot of careers are like that, but I think law enforcement especially so. So another thank you again to the parents that raise these officers, to the families that support the officers, and the extended friend group that continues to stand by them as they serve our community. I'm grateful for all of you.
Jake? I don't know that there's much that I can add that Phil and Holly hadn't already said, but congratulations, Tyler and Kelly, Matt and Keaton, for your dedication to our community. And just like they said, thank you to your family and your peers and support group who attended tonight to celebrate with you. So thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations to all of you, and for Kelly and Tyler, thank you for choosing Farmington. For Keaton, I always owe you a debt of gratitude for rescuing my dog, and I happened to leave my keys in the car at the library, so stuff happens, and all of a sudden you showed up. And I haven't heard anything about it, so apparently you did keep it kind of on the down low that I locked the keys in the car, so I appreciate that.
You just advertised it, so.
Well, of course, now everybody knows. And then Matt, welcome back. We're happy to have you. So congratulations to all of you.
Yeah, I'll repeat kind of what they said. So much of this, we say thank you to the officers, and thank you, Phil, for wanting to sit there too. It's kind of the same story a little bit. I mean, you take this job and the police job home with you, and it's not lost on me how much the family has to also come along for the journey, right? It's the long nights, it's the stress, it's not being available, when your kid, asks you a question of, come play with me, and your brain is just somewhere else sometimes, and that's just part of the thing. So you can't say thank you enough to the family for being willing to sacrifice your other half for that greater good, hopefully. So thank you, congratulations. We appreciate everything you guys do. So, moving on, item 5.3. Let me see who's doing this one here. We got Deanna. The Association of Minnesota Building Officials 2025 Building Department of the Year Award.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I'm going to introduce this item and then turn it over to Josh, our building official, and let him introduce the team. But you are very fortunate, this community is very fortunate to have a lot of very dedicated and talented people working on your behalf. And when I got the call earlier this year from this ICC Region 3 Upper Great Plains Educational Institution to let me know that our building department had been nominated and awarded Building Department of the Year for 2025, it's something worth celebrating. And they had called to let me know, and they wanted just some quotes for me and just to understand from my perspective as the director of the department what this team does every day and the difference that has been made since Josh has come on board. So I just want to share with you a few of the things that I was able to share with them. And in the short amount of time that Josh has been here, under his leadership, the department has implemented meaningful internal and external changes that have streamlined our operations and enhanced our customer service. They've also improved those contractor interactions. Josh has embraced the philosophy that we all have, which is how do we get to yes? And he's maintained the strong commitment to administering building codes equitably and consistently, which is extremely important in the work that they do. By actively listening to the contractors and to their customers and prioritizing this idea of being helpful, solution-focused, this department has improved both internal and external relations as well as morale. And I think that's super important for everybody to understand. It has been fantastic watching this group gel as a team and grow as a department, but also everybody grow individually. So we're here tonight to celebrate this team. And with that, I'll turn it over to Josh.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, very proud to be here tonight to celebrate my crew. This is Sean, Brock, and Melissa. Melissa has recently departed our crew and she's now our new city clerk, so congratulations to Melissa. So I'll keep this very brief. I have a bit of a cold, and it's a hard act to follow all those police officers joining our ranks. I'm so very proud of them. So the city of Farmington was nominated and ultimately selected for the recipient of the 2025 Association of Minnesota Building Officials Award. It is an award that's put on by AMBO, which is the membership, AMBO stands for Building Officials, Architects, and Engineers. They are leaders in the building, trades, and products community. AMBO focuses on continuing education, legislative updates, news pertaining to building construction and industry. So my message to my team, first of all, I got to say thank you to Deanna. She is the leader of our team, our director, and the director of the Community and Economic Development. Deanna provides trust, confidence, and support in our team. There's one member who's not here tonight, Matt, but our team is comprised of 4 inspectors, including myself, and 1 permit technician. And I'm really, truly proud of this team. Each member consistently goes above and beyond to provide outstanding service to our contractors, community, and homeowners taking on new and exciting projects. Each of you ensures compliance with minimum building codes while providing maximum flexibility to the applicants to create a safe and thriving built environment. As a team, you ask the tough questions, which is not often easy. We conduct research, we think creatively, and we find a pathway forward in every case. So thank you for your hard work, your professionalism, and commitment to the city of Farmington, and the excellence in everything you do each day. So very special thanks to Matt, Brock, Sean, and Melissa. We had a little picture with our award, which I did not bring, but this is our team. This is our team with, I think, an addition of Tony Whippler, I think. And we're walking to the first apartment that was built in Farmington in how many years? 30 years. So this one has been completed. We also completed a 168 unit apartment as well. This is just a shot of one of our residential developments. But to kind of give you guys a little bit of statistics of what we did in 2025, the city issued 198 single-family homes and townhome permits, and we completed a total of 8,310 inspections. So for 4 of us, we're busy. That includes 493 plan reviews. This year, this is our slow season. Well, now it's busy, but this was our slow season. We've already issued 79, it's probably over 80 at this point, new single-family homes since January 1. This same time last year, just 41 homes had been issued up to this point, so we've almost doubled our rate from last year. So realistically, I see Farmington probably reaching closer to 250 new homes this year in our community, which is awesome. Some of our big achievements, like I said, the 74 unit apartment, the Emery, which has just been an absolute great addition to the downtown scenery of Farmington. It just completes the downtown area. The completion of the Rye, which is off of Duchesne Parkway, that's a 168 unit apartment, and it absolutely just fits right in with all the other community and businesses in that area. I worked hand in hand with Kelly for the Rambling River Center remodel, which if you haven't been there, it is absolutely just stellar. It turned out really, really great and is going to be used by our community for years to come. Right now we have another project underway. The Dakota County Lumber has expanded their office and warehouse, and that's about 70% completed. And then lastly, last year we had a need that kind of came up, and we had businesses that were coming to us and saying, we can build in another community for cheaper. And we had a provisional chapter of the building code that mandated automatically fire suppression systems in new buildings or existing buildings that have undergone a change of use. We felt that that was something that we could change. And so with the addition of our full-time fire department, we worked to repeal Chapter 1306, and it gave the flexibility for business owners to follow the code and what the code dictates, not a additional provision of the code that we adopted. And we did that because we had the security of knowing that we have the right assets in town to fight fires and respond to emergencies. That's it, short and sweet. So I just wanted to say thank you guys very much. Council, if I haven't said it, I can't do my job. We can't do our job without the support of you guys, and I truly mean it. I really appreciate you guys, the support of our office. I love the questions, reaching out and saying, there's got to be more to the story. Can you tell me a little bit about it, Josh? That goes a long way, and I really appreciate your support. So thank you.
From Steve this time. Oh, can you guys stay up for just 1 second? No? Okay. How about you come back up, Josh? You mind for a couple questions? You're too excited to sit down, I think. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for all the contributions you make to the community. I think a lot of residents don't really understand the impact of, you know, kind of some of the mundane stuff that you do, you know, and doing the inspections and all that things that need to get done. And I think the thing I appreciate about all of you guys is the great attitude you have and how much you truly care about the community. So thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Jake?
Congratulations, first and foremost, you guys. This is a well-deserved award for you and your team, Josh. Kind of like Steve said, a lot of your work is under the radar and kind of behind the scenes and maybe not very visible to most of the public, but it's really important to keep everybody in our community safe. So thank you for the hard work you guys do, and congratulations on this well-deserved award.
Thank you.
Holly?
Absolute congratulations. You know, this is a relatively small team when you start to run numbers, right? So having 4 of you, I did really quick math. 8,310 in a year means that each inspector had 2,077, which means that each week you saw approximately 39, which is almost 8 per day. That's a heavy lift. It's a heavy lift for any individual that's doing it. And you put on top of that the likelihood that when someone hears the word the inspector is coming, they're not always excited that the inspectors are coming. But the jobs that you all have are so valuable to our community into supporting other aspects of the community, right? If we don't have proper inspections, then our police and our fire departments have more work that they need to do. If we are in a situation where it's a difficult reality for a business owner or for an individual, you are often the first to bear the brunt of that. And I see it, I've heard it. We've been in conversation about it, and I appreciate all of you and the work that you do. And it largely goes unrecognized, maybe by our residents, but definitely not by us here. We see it, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Holly.
Same, Josh. Congrats.
Congrats to you too.
Hey, thanks. Yeah. No, but you know, your team is wonderful. Nothing happens. This award doesn't happen without the complete team. So I appreciate what the whole team's doing, not just one individual, but everybody. So congratulations. Keep doing the good work, and we do notice it. So thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
So I don't know if you noticed this, but there are a whole bunch of trade workers in the building tonight. So if the hair was standing up on the back of your neck, that's probably why. But I mean, my dad, being a tradesman for his whole life, always told me that the first thing you do when you work in the trades is make best friends with the inspector. So your opportunity is here tonight to make some new best friends. But seriously, one of the biggest barriers to development in your city is if inspections are a nightmare, if your building department's a nightmare, if you can't get through the process of building, you get a reputation really fast. And I don't think I've ever come behind those doors and seen you guys in a bad mood, ever. It's so cool how positive you guys are, how well you work together, and I think it's done amazing things. And it comes through in the feedback for every project about how easy you were to work with. So I love it. Keep it up. I hope for big things going forward. So
Well, we do hear really good feedback from some of our largest projects, and we hope they come back and reinvest in our community. And to you, Holly, we are trying to change that perception. It should not be a bad feeling because the inspectors just arrived or we're on site. We want to be that extra set of eyes to make sure that our citizens know that if they hired somebody, the job is done right. That's really, truly what we want to make sure. We're an extra set of eyes, and just getting a permit pays for itself in dividends. So, okay. Have a great night, guys.
I'll let you go. All right. Item 5.4, we have Mr. Chansky with the recognition of our retiring employees.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight are the kind of nights that, as someone who really geeks over organizational development and team building, I absolutely love, being able to start the meeting, recognizing new members to our team, those taking the next steps, recognizing a high-performing team, and now we get to recognize some members of Team Farmington that are closing out the professional chapter and get to start a new chapter in retirement. And so tonight we're going to recognize outgoing City Clerk Shirley Bexler, payroll specialist Patty Ridley, and accounts payable technician Shelley Beard. So to start off with, we're going to start with Shirley. And all these ladies unfortunately could not join us tonight, but we wanted to make sure that we recognized them publicly for the council and then also to the Farmington public. Shirley has been serving the city as city clerk since April of 2023. She came to the city with over 20 years of experience as municipal clerk, having served as the deputy clerk for the city of South St. Paul, the deputy clerk for the city of Burnsville, the city clerk for the city of Excelsior, city clerk for the city of West St. Paul, the city clerk treasurer for Manorville, and then the city clerk for the city of Farmington. Shirley is a certified Minnesota municipal clerk. For those that are aware, that is it's actually within the clerking world, a very high achievement. To become a Minnesota certified municipal clerk, you must attend the Clerks Institute that is put on by the Minnesota Clerk and Finance Officers Association, and it takes 3 years to achieve that. Shirley was also a longtime member of the Minnesota Clerk and Finance Officers Association, as well as the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. And she also volunteered for many years with the Northern Dakota County Beyond the Yellow Ribbon Network. Shirley's last day will be this Thursday, April 23rd. Patty Ridley, otherwise known within these walls as Payroll Patty, originally came to the city in early 2022 as a temp to assist with payroll when we had an employee out on leave. The city ultimately had the opportunity to bring Patty in full-time in August of 2022 to be our full-time payroll specialist. Patty came to the city with over 30 years of experience in payroll in both the public and private sectors. She served the St. Paul Public Schools, Stillwater Area Schools, White Bear Lake Area Schools, Northeast Metro, ISD 196. In the private sector, she worked with Connexus Credit Union, Robert Half Consulting, and then now is ending this chapter of her career with us. Patty is a certified payroll professional. She's a member of the American Payroll Association. For those that know Patty, you know that she is an avid golfer, and she has served as a 3M Senior PGA Championship course marshal on many occasions. And my little favorite tidbit about Patty, even though payroll is her love and joy, she actually got her educational background with a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from St. Cloud State. Started that and decided, no, thank you, and found her love in payroll. Before I move on and give the podium over to Kim, who will speak regarding Shelley, I know Kelly agreed to say some words on behalf of Shirley.
Yeah, I'm honored to read the words that Shirley put together to be read tonight. So from Shirley, in 10th grade, I was lucky to join my high school business training program and worked half days during school as a receptionist for the city of Burnsville and full-time during the summer. It was then that I fell in love with local government. I was also lucky to meet my husband at Burnsville City Hall during my senior year. In 2006, I got my first job as deputy clerk and quickly became an election nerd. I love election administration, business licensing, and serving the public. I have served as city clerk, deputy city clerk, administrator, and treasurer for 6 cities, including South St. Paul, Burnsville, Excelsior, West St. Paul, Manorville, and Farmington. I have enjoyed an amazing career and am so thankful for all the experiences I have had over the past 20 years. I love my job, love Team Farmington, so to retire early was not my goal. But with health and vocal cord issues, my plans changed and I am looking forward to the next adventures. Thank you for allowing me to serve with Team Farmington for the past 3 years. I have truly enjoyed working with all of you. Thank you.
And Shelley Beard will be retiring on April 30th, and she works for the finance department. When I started with the city not quite 3 years ago, it was really important to me to get to know my team. So for the first several team meetings, I kicked off things with icebreakers. And one of the first things I learned about Shelley was that she had recently tried wakeboarding because her grandkids told her, "Nana, you had to try it." And she wasn't about to let them down. I remember thinking, that's the kind of grandma I want to be. And I wasn't at the time, but I am a grandma now, so I guess I have a few things to live up to. But that moment told me a lot about Shelley. Her willingness to jump in, try something new, and put others first. And that spirit has shown up over and over again throughout her time with the city since she joined in 2016. When she started with the city, she spent half her day at the Rambling River Center with our seniors and the other half in building inspections, handling permits, and helping sometimes at the front desk. She covered for staff on leave in finance and eventually joined our team full-time. In every role, she's built strong relationships, brought a positive attitude, showed compassion, and was a true team player. Something I really appreciate about Shelley is that she genuinely tries to see both sides of a situation and gently reminds others to do the same. It's one of the things that makes her so effective and so well liked across the city. Her experience before joining us were 18 years as a paralegal and 22 years as a part-time special ed paraprofessional. It shows up in how she listens and how she approaches her work. She's always looking for ways to streamline a process, reduce costs, or make things run more smoothly. Other departments have noticed it, other finance directors have noticed it, and I certainly have too. When I first came on board, she was someone who made sure I knew what needed attention, bringing things forward so nothing slipped through the cracks and keep our work in finance on track. That support meant a lot. We're truly going to miss Shelley, but we're also happy for her, for more time with her grandkids, more days on the lake, plenty of time in her garden. She has made a meaningful impact, and we're grateful for everything she has given to the city. And if she's watching tonight, Shelley, thank you for everything. We wish you all the best in the next chapter.
Good. Phil? I didn't know if there was more there, sorry.
No, congratulations. It's always a good day to retire and to get that accomplishment. As far as Shirley, I worked with her for many years in West St. Paul, and she's a wonderful human being. She will drop anything for you. She's so nice and friendly. So congratulations, especially to her, but to the other two that aren't here as well, congratulations and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. Holly?
I am not typically a math person, but I'm doing a lot of math tonight.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
So I mathed out years of experience, and tonight marks 100 years collective experience and knowledge walking out the door for the best possible reason, right? To be able to enjoy whatever that next season is, whether it's by choice or by need. Well-deserved, no matter what. I was actually kind of surprised that Deanna didn't chime in with a dig about giving up engineering for something else. I'm waiting for that to come eventually. I did see the exchange of looks just a little bit, though. I caught that from up here. But seriously, congratulations, and well-deserved to Shirley, and also, of course, to Patty and to Shelley. Thank you for everything that you've done for the communities that you served before ours, and also, obviously, for Farmington.
Thank you. Jake?
I also would like to wish congratulations to Shelley, Shirley, and Patty on their retirements and entering their next chapters. Like Holly had said, there's a lot of institutional memory and knowledge walking out the door, but for the best possible reasons. So congratulations to the three of them. They all, in their different roles, made a lot of things happen at City Hall. So there are going to be a lot of big shoes to fill behind the scenes. So congratulations to them, and good luck to those filling the shoes.
Yeah, I'd also like to congratulate all three on their retirement. Obviously from the council end, we got to see Shirley quite a bit. And, the one thing about Shirley is it is absolutely true that, you see her walking around and you never see her without a smile on her face. But at the same time, she also didn't like getting in front of the camera. I know when elections came about, she's like, really, do I gotta go in front of the camera? But just all three made such great contributions to the city, and I just want to thank all of them.
I'll say similar things, but then I have to tell a Shelley story, and then I'll apologize to her for telling the Shelley story. So related to what you were saying is Shelley's grandsons, or one of her grandsons, plays lacrosse with my older one, and she'll show up to games, and they have this kind of ceremony when Shelley will maybe get a little too animated with the referees. The grandsons will run over with a sucker and say, "Quiet down, Nana." And that's their tradition of how they stop, yelling at the refs. And so it's I only tell this story because it's kind of a weird descriptor of her character, right? She'll share an opinion with you if she thinks you're wrong, but then, she's not above being told that she's being a little bit too much at times, right? So, I miss having conversations with her. I'd always stop by whenever she was sitting there when I'd come talk to one of you guys. So, congratulations. I hope, like I said, I'm sure I'll see you all summer. You might have to give me one too. So, but yeah, congratulations. I'm so excited for everything you guys have in front of you now and what you've done for the city for these past many, many years. So, congratulations. Item 5.5. We have Kelly for the Parks and Recreation Department's 2025 annual report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Before I start the presentation, I just want to congratulate all the people who have went before us tonight. Quite an honor to be after them and watch all that happen. We have a great team here, so congratulations to them. We're excited to present the Parks and Recreation Annual Report, highlighting the department's accomplishments in 2025 and a look ahead to 2026. This marks the 23rd consecutive year the department has produced an annual report. Special thanks and recognition to Misty Colbeck and Emily Shearer for their outstanding work on this year's report. Joining me this evening are Recreation Supervisors Misty Colbeck and Emily Shearer, along with Parks and Facilities Supervisor Jeremy Pierre, who I will turn it over to now.
Excuse me. Good evening. First one we got here is some of the updates at the ice arena. Got a picture of Corey Mogan. He was new Parks and Arena worker. He started at the end of October. Within the first hour of being there, between high school girls practices, he was driving the resurfacer, so he hopped right in, never looked back. Some of the other things we did, we put a air conditioner in the compressor room. Previous summers, it was getting too warm in there, and we were able to, with that air conditioner, maintain about 70 degrees all last summer, so that was good. Before the ice season started last summer, the guys painted the rink floor too. We do that every few years, just to touch it up. Usually paint the whole thing, then between them we just touch it up before we flood the ice. Last March, the Parks guys took some time and did some updates at the warming house. They painted the whole inside, they put new rubber flooring down, installed a new drinking fountain, we replaced a window, and then also some new benches were put in there. So that was well overdue, and it looks pretty nice in there now. Next one here is just a picture. We're demoing a GPS painter. Basically, you can put points in there, and then it'll paint the fields for you. Ended up, we don't really have the need for something like that, but we just put that in there just to show an example of when we're going to purchase equipment. We like to try and demo it and try it out to make sure it's going to work for us. Here's a picture of the Rambling River Center patio. You can see in the right one there was one part of the patio was poured. We determined that it needed to be larger. So the parks guys, we got a couple of guys. Dan Schmidt there in the high-vis shirt. He's our lead park maintenance worker. He's been in that position for about a year. Done a great job. He's got a good personality, lots of skills, does a great job leading the guys. But anyway, the guys did all the site prep before that. Took down a tree, got it all ready and leveled out. On the left there is a curb planter we put in by the door to obviously keep cars from parking there. The guys had never done a curb like that before. They did a little research on it, and it turned out great. And then just some of the landscaping that we finished in the front of the building. Kucher's Entrance was the last shingle roof that we had in the city, for shelters anyway, and that got replaced last August. And then they added some supports and painted the shelter, and we put a picnic table back in there. We had originally taken the table out because it was due to vandalism. They were just burning it and beating the table up. Gave it a couple of years, put it back in, and it hasn't been an issue so far since then. Put this one, I was actually calling Xcel Energy. We had a light out on one of our Christmas decorations, and they came back and said the time it expired on the posts, and we're not able to hang the hanging flower baskets. We were able to put up the wreaths, but not the snowflakes that we had in the past. We've got some planters we're going to spread around downtown is the plan for this summer.
So for many years, the Parks and Recreation Commission selected the new playground equipment, and then it made a recommendation to City Council for purchase and installation. In 2025, one of the Commission's goals was to expand community outreach and engagement. To support this, they met with students at Riverview Elementary School and Bachman Middle School to gather input on new playground equipment for Westview Acres Park. The result is a playground shaped directly by community voices. As you can see in the picture here, this was the equipment selected by students from both Riverview and Bachman, which we celebrated with a ribbon cutting event alongside Bachman students. So there was Park and Rec staff members there, school district employees, and students from Bachman Middle School got to cut the ribbon.
Next one here, we've got Ted, is our building maintenance worker. That is a marker in his mouth, not a cigarette. Gary's installing a new camera at City Hall. He services the HVAC equipment, the overhead doors. If you need a cubicle moved, a shelf put up. Kelly called him the junk drawer. If you need a job done, Ted's the guy to do it. Here they're installing the new LED lights inside the council chambers. We've got, been doing that in all the city facilities, and I don't know what the percentage is, but we're just about got them all switched out to LED. We've got two facility maintenance workers that clean the buildings. Here's Robert's putting a sticker up for the USDA hours. Some of the jobs that they do, they clean the carpets, they clean the windows, they clean the facilities each day. Floors, they seal the floors in the police station, City Hall, Senior Center, maintenance facility. Here was the guys built a wall where there was a door between two offices at Fire Station 1. And then Robert painted it, made the bedrooms for the full-time fire staff, was the point of that.
All right, so this is a picture of one of our new programs, Mini Hoopsters Basketball, which I'll talk about in a few slides. So first we want to thank our seasonal staff. For our summer seasonal staff, they work any and all of our programs. They work day camps, they work field trip camps, they work youth sports, which you can see the basketball and the flag football, the two pictures. The picture on the right is of one of the the little camps, I should say. And then they also work special events like Party in the Park, which you see on the bottom left-hand side, as well as things like the Tater Trot. They also work with programs that we work with the library, so story time in the park, as well as geocaching. So ultimately they are here all summer long, supporting us as organizers of our programs, and so it's awesome to have them here. Also, special shout out to the warming house staff, the park maintenance seasonal staff, and the ice skating seasonal staff, and the arena seasonal staff. So we've got a whole team of seasonal staff that we really appreciate. We also want to thank the parent volunteer coaches who take the time to volunteer their children's teams. In the summer, we ask the parents to volunteer coach both foot fire soccer and t-ball, like you can see in this picture here. But in the spring, we rely on coaches to coach our soccer teams, and in the fall, our flag football teams. So in the spring and fall, excuse me, without them, the sports wouldn't happen. So we are very thankful for them. Also, they add a little bit of fun for the whole spring through fall seasons. So us as a Parks and Recreation Department, we work with 85 businesses, civic organizations, government agencies, and families. This is a picture of our pint-sized prom. Used to be called the Daddy-Daughter Dance a few years ago. We changed it so that anybody could come, whether it's a grandparent, an aunt or uncle, just a special person, an adult in a child's life, as well as any child can come. And we do have families come, so sons, daughters with their parents, and it's just a fun dance. Special shout out because I know Nate attended this year with his daughter, and he's not. Are you listening? I was going to see if you were listening. I will put a picture in that for next year. No. Anyway, so this is done with Rosemount's Park and Rec Department and Lakeville's Park and Rec Department, and then us. They are part of the SOAR, the South of the River Recreators kind of organization that we put together, but for this dance, it's just us three. We also, a couple years ago, invited the Farmington ambassadors to join, and they accepted the invitation, and so it's great to be able to work with not only government agencies, but also civic organizations in the same exact, program. So 2 of the new programs that we offered this year were Mini Hoopsters Basketball, which is seen on the bottom, and then Flag Football Fusion, which is seen on the top. These were 2 of our evening sports. So last year in 2024, well, you know what I'm saying, we had Monday and Wednesday night foot fire soccer, and then Tuesday and Thursday night Tiger T-ball. And so looking at the numbers for 2025, I determined that foot fire soccer, the participation numbers were lower. So I eliminated the Wednesday night foot fire soccer, and actually we didn't lose any participants. We stayed at about the same number on Monday nights. And then from there, I added Mini Hoopsters Basketball on Tuesdays, also at the same time as Tiger T-ball, and then the Flag Football Fusion on Wednesday nights. And because of those 2 additional sports, we actually increased numbers of participation. Not only that, but this increased new registrations for kids that had never participated in anything before. So, for example, a child would have just participated in the Flag Football Fusion. And then also, kids were able to participate in either 3 or all 4 of these programs. And so it was really nice to see the similar faces over and over again each night. And so so it's for 3 to 5 year olds, but we always have fun with that age group. And then this past year was the first ever Top the Tater Days, and Parks and Recreation helped partner with the festival for this celebration. So it was the first year, obviously, of the Tater Trot, and we actually increased participation numbers from 124 runners to 200 exactly runners. I think that the majority of it was just the change of the name and an increase attention to the festival, but I also like to give myself some props that I think the t-shirt really helped. It was a little tater tot guy running, and I had people asking just to buy the shirt and not participate in the run, and I even had people saying that they were only participating in the run for the shirt. So it was good to see increased participation. I have already created this design for this next year, so hopefully that will continue on the trend. We also participated in the parade, which you can see some of our seasonal staff participating here on the right-hand side. We also have the puppet wagon showing up on Saturday mornings, or Saturday morning of Top Potato Days. I know also Missy does fundraising events with Kiss the Pig and the bike auction. We also secure the portable toilets, and just in general, park maintenance helps, secure the lights in the main intersection and all of that kind of stuff. So we try to do our best to help out.
Hi. The Rambling River Center had a fantastic year, and you guys were there to see it. It was really fun. We did spend about half the year at the Fire Station 1, and so the ladies didn't have room there to participate with some other events going on, so they took it upon themselves to just gather at different folks' homes, and this is our women's coffee celebrating spring. Their little hats. As I said, Fire Station 1 didn't have room to hold everything. You can see on the top they're doing some exercise while the coffee guys are having their coffee. We did end up having to screen the exercise from the coffee guys for some of their comments. We also did have a little bit of a parking issue out there. I know Chief Price was a little concerned when they were parking 3 deep for bingo. But all in all, it was wonderful. We were able to have some of our programs keep people interested and then come back in June. You can see down at the bottom, just coming back to class, there was just room. There was just room. People could exercise. It was a wonderful project, and it wouldn't have happened without the cooperation of everyone, JLG Architects, CM Construction, and our building inspection staff. The top picture you can see us touring. That's actually the closet in the banquet room looking towards the kitchenette. The closet is one of my best parts about the new Rambling River Center because it's storage right close by, so I love it. The picture down below is actually Stacy's office. Fun fact, that used to be the city council chambers back in the day. And then it was our fitness room. And over on the right, you can see Josh measuring for where our numbers go. So as they talked about earlier, making things equitable across the board. Just because we are a city place doesn't mean we can put our numbering anywhere. Right, Josh? That's right. Good job. You're well aware of the funding. It was wonderful. We had the community project funding and then the tax abatement bonds, the big, huge donation from Midwest Bank. It was just everybody coming together. It was great. And here's just a picture of our ribbon cutting. Our chairperson, Mary Garlitz, is cutting the ribbon there. And Representative Angie Craig is there holding it along with some of you. It was a fun day. Again, Midwest Bank, wow, $50,000 to build a patio. Again, wow, we were so excited. And we wanted to celebrate separate from the ribbon cutting so that they could kind of be the focus that day. So we had a Midwest Bank party on the Midwest Bank patio. Neil Anderson he has kind of a long title, I'll probably screw it up. President of, I don't know. It's not just bank president, it's a really long title. But anyway, Neil was there with his team, and we got to present them with an award. We broke the fake champagne bottle and had the silly string, which the seniors loved and thought was really fun. As you can see, Steve's taken Blanche Reichert, one of our advisory board members, out for a whirl. The live band was really good. They were fun. They were a little loud, but they were fun. We had a great day. These are just some pictures of people coming back together after kind of being apart at the fire station. And we want to thank Chief Price very, very much, and all of his staff out there. Again, it was really nice to have a place to go, kind of keep some programming going. I want to thank Lynn for letting us use City Hall as well for our fitness center. Yeah, it was really nice to keep people going. But when we got back there, everybody was just excited to see each other again. So we have an out to lunch. They went out to lunch in Hudson, Wisconsin. We have Michael on the treadmill. And then all of our, not all of our folks, but some of our exercise folks came down to Music in the Park, rode their bikes down there and are there for Music in the Park. And then one of our volunteers, Leo Gim, is Santa there for the Railroad Club's Trains and Treats program, which is really fun. And then this was the first time I think that we had ever done this, but the downtown holiday lighted parade had a window decorating contest, and our group really got into it. They had a lot of fun doing it. The theme was Merry and Bright, and so they painted, they stenciled, they colored, there's printouts that they cut out and glued on. They really had a lot of fun doing it. And a lot of good comments from the community, from our neighbors downtown about how much fun it was to see our windows. As Emily said, we partner with a lot of groups. Farmington Rotary and Finch and Daisy are big partners of us. They do a lot of things with us, including our raffle, and then this holiday party for seniors. So Rotary is in charge of planning the party, and then Finch and Daisy donated all of the luncheon tickets this year, so nobody paid to come to lunch. So people came from Trinity, from the Legacy, obviously from their own homes, from the senior center in their own homes. So it was really fun. And then they had door prizes, and this lady won Yeti and some Dots pretzels, but you would have thought she won $1 million. She was so excited. It was just so sweet. Just that little bit of kindness just made her day, It's just very happy to be there. We continue to fundraise. Last year we raised over $18,000. This is at our annual breakfast in the fall. And we used some of that money this year to buy the roller shades.
While the previous slides highlighted fun, smiles, successes, and teamwork, we also faced challenges this year, including graffiti, vandalism, and the impact of emerald ash borer. As of today, portable toilets have been in parks with programs for just the past 2 weeks. Unfortunately, within just 1 week, this is what has happened in 4 parks on the north end of town regarding portable toilets. Unrolled all the toilet paper, busted this hand sanitizer off the wall, smashed a vent, thrown it in the tank, Easter basket in the tank, skateboard shoved in the tank, painted all over the inside of the portable toilet, caved the roof in, and dog poo bags in the tank. Not only are we at risk of losing portable toilets in our parks, but this also impacts city resources, including both funding and staff time. These taxpayer dollars could be better spent toward higher priority community needs. The department accomplished many things in alignment with the city's pillars, including celebrating a grand reopening at the Rambling River Center and hosting a patio party on the Midwest Bank patio. Open houses were hosted at the Deep Away Arts Park, the Emery, and for the future skate park.
Last June, we were given an emergency permit from the DNR. This is the trail, Vermilion River, off the trailer entrance from the arena parking lot. The guys took some trees out that you obviously can't see in there because they're gone, but the trees were pushing the water up against the bank, and then there's just a corner there where it's just continually washing out. We've addressed this area a couple times in the last 15 years. Right now, our long-term plan is to abandon the bridge there, take the trail up to Denmark, and then come back down just south of the Feely Fields parking lot and get back in there.
Staff are our greatest asset, so we made sure they are trained, certified, and had input on the equipment to accomplish their duties efficiently and effectively. I don't know if you've noticed how many times Anthony's in the pictures. Quite a few. I'm sure he's going to love me for that. We are getting closer to the new skate park. Spawn Ranch is currently finalizing construction drawings, and we expect to receive 90% complete plans within the next 2 weeks. As a reminder, the funding for the project is a Minnesota Department of Natural Resources Outdoor Recreation Grant, Farmington Liquor Store Community Project Funds, and park dedication fees. No tax dollars are going to support this project. I'd like to extend a sincere thank you to the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources and as well as Josh Solinger and his team. This project would not be possible without their support. Looking forward to 2026, we will continue to network, collaborate, and build strong partnerships with local businesses. We're fortunate to have such a vibrant and supportive business community in Farmington. In addition to the skate park, the team will be focused on several key initiatives this year, including the 2050 Comprehensive Plan, development of a park master plan for Vermilion Commons, and addressing electrical and motorized use on trails. We also have a full project schedule ahead. Planned improvements include replacing playground equipment at Prairie View Park, enhancements at Deep Away Arts Park, and second floor updates along with exterior masonry improvements at City Hall. We will continue to engage our staff and ensure they have the resources, training, and support needed to succeed in their roles. In 2025, the Parks and Recreation Commission and City Council collaborated to update the Park Regulations Ordinance, establishing a prohibition on smoking, vaporizing, or otherwise consuming any tobacco or cannabis in any public park. These signs have been installed in all city parks. Thank you to Dakota County Public Health for generously covering the cost for the signs. Many of you may remember that last summer, a memorial bench at Prairie Waterway was damaged by fire. Thanks to Katie, the support of the community, and by the yard, a new memorial bench has been installed along the trail, overlooking a spot that held special meeting for their son, who loved to fish there. To the Parks and Recreation Commission, I'm not sure thank you is sufficient. Your dedication and commitment to making Farmington a better place to live, work, and play truly make a difference. We are fortunate to have such a passionate group continually working to improve our park system. And to the Rambling River Center Advisory Board, wow, what a year 2025 was. Between the renovation project and the mini programs, special events and fundraisers, it was truly a heavy lift. None of it would have been possible without your dedication and support. Thank you, we're incredibly grateful. Sorry, Jake. City Council, thank you for your continued support, for investing in these efforts, and for consistently showing up for our community and the Parks and Recreation Department. The accomplishments highlighted in these slides wouldn't be possible without Team Farmington. There are so many people who went above and beyond to support the Parks and Recreation Department in 2025. Special thanks to Peter, Carrie, Kim and the finance team, Chief Price and the fire department, Josh Lawrence, Melissa, Karina, and Tori. Lynn, as you weren't here for the grand reopening of the Rambling River Center, I wanted to thank you for your support, creativity, and positivity. And to the Parks and Recreation staff, and to those watching at home. I couldn't be more proud, grateful, and honestly lucky to work alongside you, each one of you, every day. Thank you for your ideas, hard work, dedication, and positivity. Thank you for the early mornings, the late nights, the weekends, and the quick trip pizza lunches. Most of all, thank you for showing us what true teamwork looks like. Be happy to answer any questions you have about 2025.
All right, I think we're on Phil this time.
I want to know if we can get rid of the limbo dance at the daddy-daughter dance. Because I've been there for numerous years, and I'm telling you,
You're not a good limbo?
I'm not. Like, you probably have me in a bunch of pictures falling over. Yeah, no, I appreciate everything you guys are doing. It's, you've explained, everybody's explained it so well and what you've accomplished and the accomplishments. We do notice the parks in particular, my kids love them. They're clean, they're up to date, the equipment's great. So from me, my family, to you guys, appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Holly?
I love the thoughtfulness that goes into each area of Parks and Recreation, whether we're talking about maintenance work or whether we're talking about our youth involvement or whether we're talking about our elder involvement. It's one of those areas that touches every single person wherever it is that they are at, and so I desperately appreciate that. I also I want that photo because I'm pretty sure that I can make a sticker out of Jake, and We will put that on everything I can possibly get it on if I'm allowed to have that.
I wanted a cardboard cutout, actually.
There's not enough cardboard in the world.
I feel like that would be vandalized on the regular, probably by Jake. No, truly, each of you, I know has a special place in the hearts of residents, whether they know it or not, because the work that you do behind the scenes directly impacts the way that they live in the community. And so on behalf of the residents, just thank you so much for taking care of our community, for taking care of the system, for taking care of the kids, and for taking care of our elderly so that they get to enjoy the community. Much appreciated.
Jake, I feel like the sooner I stop talking, the sooner that picture will go away.
It's there now.
But thank you for sharing your successes with us tonight, but also including the not successes with the conversation about the porta potties. I think that's important to include in there as well. But thank you, the advisory boards, and all of your staff for everything you do and all the programs that you put on. One of the biggest things that I'm excited about during this phase of my life and my family is my son's old enough now to start taking advantage of some of those programs. And we went to breakfast with the bunnies during the Easter time, and even though Oliver was terrified of the Easter bunny, it was still a great opportunity for us to take part in one of those programs. And our new challenge this summer is trying to get to as many of the city parks as possible throughout the city with Oliver. Well, he and I are trying to get out of my wife and our soon-to-be newborn daughter's hair. But thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate everything. And get rid of that picture, please.
Steve.
Yeah, Kelly and team, thank you so much. And what I love about your presentation this year, and you all did a really nice job this year, is you're just showing the generational impact that you're having across the whole community and connecting people. And, the work you do just gives so many others such incredible joy. And I see it a lot at the senior center. I notice it, although my kids are older, with the different programming. But I just think it's so awesome, the impact that you're making in the lives of so many people in the community. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll say something similar to what I said to Josh and his crew. It's, Dan's been out cutting trees with his crew, and you'd think a crew like that would be pretty tired chopping down trees all day. And I went out and kind of harassed them, and they were still laughing and joking. They were the nicest people. I can stop them for the most random stuff, and they're always in a good mood, and they'll talk with you about whatever's going on. They'll explain what's going on, why they're doing what they're doing. So not every parks department in every city will ever do that, right? Some people get annoyed if they're getting asked questions or grilled all day. These guys will explain everything to people, and they seem very happy to do it. And that's contagious. That's what we need. We need that education to explain why things are the way they are. And it's just great that they're being so positive about it. Was it you the other day that made the comment about how meticulous Robert is with cleaning this building? Like, it is like a science watching him clean the windows. I want him to come to my house and show me how he does it, because it's incredible. And like, City Hall is always spotless, and I think that's so much of that is him. I mean, it's almost entirely him, right? But it's just that attention to detail is incredible, and that's everywhere. That topic of the porta potties is definitely sensitive, and it's real. Multiple people in my own neighborhood asked me why, because I live next to one that had a porta potty that was taken away, and everyone asked me, why aren't we putting porta potties there anymore? Why is the city taking away nice things? And it's like, well, you understand the difficulty of what this is, right? We can't keep paying for things that people keep vandalizing, and I don't know what the solution for that looks like, but at minimum, it's one of those things where if you see something, say something, right? Like, we have to have a social contract with ourselves here. Parks and police can't be everywhere. So, if you got kids that are out and about with friends like that, encourage your own kids to say, if you see something like that and you don't feel good about it, kids police other kids very well. That's how we can kind of help solve these problems. So maybe just a plea there to people, like, this is something that, like I said, is all dependent on a social contract. We all do better when we all do better. Sorry to use that phrase, but it seems applicable here. So, but I really appreciate the time you put into assembling all this. Very excited for that cutout. Yep. So definitely. I'll let you guys go. All right. We go through item 5 at last. Item 6, we have our consent agenda. We look for a motion to approve our consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Jake, second by Holly. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are approved. We on to item 9.1. Mr. Tony's going to come up for the final plats for the Farmington Technology Park.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, council members. This evening before you are the final plats and development contracts for the Farmington Technology Park first and second editions. Kimberly Horn on behalf of MNLCO Farmington LLC and MNLCO Farmington 2 LLC, along with Independent School District 192, have submitted applications for the final plats for the first and second editions of the Farmington Technology Park. Some background: Farmington Technology Park final plat was originally approved by council on November 18th of 2024. This included the subdivision and platting of the Fountain Valley Golf Course, along with the Independent School District 192 properties into 3 lots within one final plat. The approved Farmington Technology Park final plat was never recorded, due in large part to ongoing litigation. An extension to the recording of that final plat was granted by City Council. That extension ends May 18th of this year. The current request before you this evening is to bifurcate or divide the original Farmington Technology Park final plat into a first and second edition. The first edition includes the former Fountain Valley Golf Course property, and the second edition includes the ISD 192 property. The first and second edition final plats are substantially the same to what was platted in 2024, with the change being dividing the parcels into 2 phases and would be recorded separately due to current ownership status of each of those properties. The Farmington Technology Park first edition and second edition final plats are consistent with the approved preliminary plat, which was approved in 2024. This means it's within the same boundaries, same lot layout, access, and dedications. Descriptions of the proposed lots are as follows. Lot 1, Block 1 of Farmington Technology Park first edition is 150 acres, includes the northern portion of the data center campus. Lot 2, Block 1 of the first edition is 2.07 acres. This is to be deeded to the city for utility purposes. And lastly, the last lot is Lot 1 of Block 1 of the second edition, which is 185 acres. It includes the southern portion of the data center campus. This lot is also encumbered by floodplain, which will be contained within a conservation easement. The bifurcation of the plat into the 2 editions will allow for the recording of the first edition plat, along with the development contract, and will allow for some preliminary site work to commence. Due to ongoing litigation, the applicant is requesting the City Council approval of a 1-year extension of the recording deadline for the second edition. If approved, the deadline to record the second edition final plat with the county would be April 20th of 2027. This is just a copy of the first edition showing the golf course property along with the 2-acre site in the very north west corner of the site. And then this is the second edition plat showing the southern ISD property along with the conservation easement in place. Planning Commission did review the final plats at its regular meeting on April 14th. The Commission recommended approval of the plats with a vote of 2, 1, and 1. With this, I will turn this portion for the next 2 or 3 slides over to Amy. And just nod when you need me to move on.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. As Tony alluded to, I'm going to kind of go over a few of the legal points that are at issue tonight, just for clarity. First is the scope of the application that is in front of you. It's for 2 plats, and plats only. It's not about the PUD, it's not about the zoning. It's just about the plat under the city code and the state statute. And because of that, there's no public hearing required under the state statute or the code for final plat approval. If it were a zoning decision or if it were a revision to the preliminary plat, we might be having a different conversation about public hearing. But because it is final plat approval, no public hearing is legally required. The next is to keep in mind the scope of the City Council's action tonight. This is what's considered a ministerial decision. It basically is minimal discretion in the council to make the decision. You're basically looking at the 2 proposed final plats for their consistency with the preliminary plat. And the statutes, when it comes to a final plat and a preliminary plat, you are allowed to, under the statute, to include all or a portion of the property in the final plat that was in the preliminary plat that you approved. And as Tony said earlier, the 2 proposed final plats here are consistent with the preliminary plat that was approved. They're within the same outer boundary. The whole outer boundary doesn't change. The lot layout is the same within that full outer boundary. The only difference is it's first edition and second edition based on the current lot lines between the 2 previous owners the previous owners of the golf course lot and then the current owner of the school district lot. The same conditions of approval are in place. And when you review a final plat in any situation, not just in this situation, this isn't the time where you can make new conditions. You can't make design changes or add mitigation measures. All of those decisions were made earlier in the process when you approved the preliminary plat. And under the statute, if the final plat proposed is consistent with the preliminary plat, then the decision is made based on whether it meets the standard, whether the proposed final plats meet the standard that was set by the preliminary plat. This doesn't change the environmental issues. It doesn't address land use or any policy issues. So there is still an approved final plat in effect on this property this council approved in 2024. As Tony referred to, because of the litigation, it wasn't immediately recorded after those approvals were given, and the developer, under their purchase agreements that the city's not a party to, for their acquisition of the properties, those were delayed, presumably because of the litigation, because of the uncertainty that the litigation, inserted into the process. So the final plat that was approved in 2024 is still valid, and it could be recorded. And so if, for whatever reason, the council were to decide not to approve the plats that are in front of you tonight, there would still be a plat on the property that could be recorded, and the project could still go forward. Denial of the plats tonight isn't an off-ramp, as you say, to change the project or to cancel the project, because the application in front of you tonight is not for a project. That has not been submitted yet. The plat is about the lines on the piece of paper that, do they meet the criteria set forth in the city code and in the state statute of the elements that are required for the subdivision of land. And the last point I'll go through is because there would be, if you approve that there would be the 2 new plats, there would also need to be a development agreement to go with each plat. The work that we've done with staff and negotiated changes with the developer was to bifurcate the development agreement that you approved in 2024 and to make some changes that clarify some of the immediate next steps that are now known. I mean, when this council approved the preliminary plat and the original final plat and the PUD, some of the information simply wasn't known. It was always contemplated that this would be a phased project. And so it's difficult in some situations to, especially with a complex project like this, to be able to cover everything in an initial draft of a development agreement. But now more detail is known, which is why the revisions that have been made to some of the elements of the development agreement from 2024, it actually is a better agreement that really addresses some of the reality on the phasing, because some of those details are known better now. I provided the council, and it's a public document, so others can have it as well, a memo earlier that kind of runs through section by section to kind of explain the difference between what the 2024 agreement said and what these two proposed development agreements say. I did notice in the memo, as I've been sitting here tonight, that there are a couple of corrections that I want to make, so I'll provide you with an updated version of this memo. I listed several sections that weren't changed in any aspect, and I realized that some of those sections, the sections that I enumerated there aren't fully accurate. And I also failed to point out some of the changes that were made to a couple of the exhibits. But I won't run through section by section because in the interest of time, but a lot of the changes that are made are simply some cleanup, cleaning up typos, some kind of just the basic, changing the parties, because originally the agreement was between the city and the two proposed owners, or the two future owners of the two parcels. But now there's one owner and the city, and one owner and the city, because of the two additions that are being created or proposed to be created by this preliminary plat. So we had to kind of, do that. And then there are some changes that are site-specific. For example, there was, in the original agreement, there's a section related to the dedication of right-of-way on Biscayne Avenue, which that only applies now to the first edition. So the section about that in the proposed development contract for the second edition doesn't include that anymore. And so we made changes like that are just to make the terms of the agreement match what is actually on the proposed plats. Where you'll see probably the most substantive changes is in section 11 of the agreement, and this is applicable to both additions. Because phase one is more clearly defined in both the plans that staff have heard from the applicant, but also because of the revisions that we are proposing to the two development agreements. The most substantive changes are there because the applicant is proposing to do some preliminary grading on the site, specifically on the golf course site, to take it from a rolling property to make it a more flat property. And so under the city code, that type of work is actually not even required to have a permit issued by the city. This is because this proposal is subject to a development agreement. It is in a list of exceptions in the city code that wouldn't ordinarily require a permit to be issued by the city for an owner of property to do that kind of work. They're proposing to create some berms and level the site. And I think the applicants are here to be able to tell you more about that when you have questions. But what we've done in the draft agreements is to lay out a very specific process that requires all of the information for the plans for the work that they're going to be that they are proposing, that they would be proposing to do, to be submitted to the city engineer, and it gives him a clear process for review and issuance of a notice to proceed, that they are allowed to do this minimal phase or this minimal preliminary grading on the site. In many ways, I think this agreement is a lot clearer than it was before. It provides protections to the city about the water usage. This is reflected in Section 12 and in Exhibit B, where there's now inserted a contractual cap on the annual water use that the site will be that the end user will be allowed to use. It also creates during construction, rather than using city water, they propose to use the wells that exist on the property right now, and so that is clearer than it was when the original agreement was drafted and when the original final plat was approved. So I think the information that we have now makes this a stronger document for everyone to have a better understanding of what is going to happen in the immediate future. And for any future phases, it still maintains a very strong process of a site review for every proposed phase after the preliminary grading phase. That includes all of the plans that would be submitted with any development agreement, whether it's residential or commercial or industrial. It's a very robust process, and also adds. It maintains the requirement that each phase will have a separate site improvement agreement that will set out all the terms for development of each subsequent phase once a project is submitted for approval. I think that's all the legal points, so I'll give it back to Tony.
Thank you. So that leaves us with the action that's requested this evening. By separate motion, approve the following actions. Number 1, adopt resolution 2026 tax 035, approving and authorizing the signing of the Farmington Technology Park First Edition and Farmington Technology Park Second Edition final plats. Number 2, adopt resolution 2026 tax 036, granting a 1-year extension until April 20th of 2027 for the recording of the Farmington Technology Park Second Edition with Dakota County. 3, adopt resolution 2026 tax 037, approving the attached development contract for the Farmington Technology Park First Edition and authorize its execution. And lastly, number 4, adopt resolution 2026 tax 038, approving the attached development contract for the Farmington Technology Park Second Edition and authorize its execution.
It's a fair bit. Is it okay if we have you guys come up now and just do questions all kind of with all of you up at once? Or just one of you each, I guess? I don't know if you wanted to say anything first before questions or...
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jacob Steen with Larkin Hoffman Law Firm, and we represent the applicant. I'll keep my comments brief, as staff did an excellent job of summarizing this project. This request is really straightforward. We are simply asking to bifurcate the plat, the final plat, into a first edition and second edition. We, as staff indicated, we've closed on the Fountain Valley Golf Course. And this will allow us to record the development agreement shortly after approval against that property so that we can conduct some of the initial site preparation work. Also, we'll talk about some of the benefits that allows us to realize in the short term. With the FPS property, the Farmington Public Schools property, we still fully intend to close on that within the next year. And this will just allow us to record at that time against that property.
As the presentation indicated, this final plat is fully consistent with the original final plat, but more importantly, it's consistent with the approved preliminary plat, which, as the city attorney pointed out, is the legal standard in Minnesota. I would note that this is typically a very kind of a perfunctory process, and it's really quite typical to see a final plat occur in multiple phases. Obviously, because of the unique nature of this project, we're talking about a little bit more than we normally would. This project has, of course, been delayed by litigation, but we're still fully committed. We've always intended this to be a phased project, and this is consistent with that vision. And again, as you've heard tonight, this is really an unrelated request to that PUD and site plan. Any future development will have an opportunity to come forward, and it will go through the Planning Commission and City Council at that time. So it's a pretty straightforward request. As you will hear from our team in just a moment, we do believe that by doing this, it allows us to realize a number of immediate benefits for the city and for the community, and we can do those now rather than later after the closing. So with that, I will hand it off to Kevin Arrow, our Senior Vice President of Development.
Thank you, council members, mayor, city staff for hearing this matter tonight, and also thank you for your continued support. As Jake mentioned, my name is Kevin Arrow. I'm our Senior Vice President of Land Development at Tract. I had the pleasure to kick off this project with city staff and the council back in early 2024. Then other members of our team continued that, and now I'm back here tonight in front of you. So thank you for allowing me to be here. So our purpose for coming to council tonight is to align the documents with our phased approach to the Farmington Technology Park. As Jake mentioned, we aim to record this plat and associated documents as soon as possible after this approval, and that will allow the city to see numerous benefits. I'm going to read these to make sure I get them correct. So first one is that we will be paying the park dedication fee at recording, which gives over $315,000 to the city for parks and dedication. We will dedicate 2 acres to the city for the municipal water storage tank. This will also include dedication of 6.5 acres to the city for future extension of Biscayne Avenue right-of-way. And furthermore, we're going to relieve the city from having to start design and complete the infrastructure obligations before we reach phase 2 of the plat recording. So the current development contract includes timeframes for both design and construction of infrastructure. And as part of this approval tonight, the development contracts will be updated to match our phased approach to the project. By updating these documents now, we can also reflect our commitment to water usage. So through a drafting oversight on our side, we only included daily maximum values in the original development contract. This will allow, tonight, we're hoping to solidify and codify the 50 million gallons a year water usage for the site. And I want to be extremely clear with this. This is 50 million gallons for both parcels. This is not a double ask or us coming back later to say it's going to be more. This number 50 million is very important as well. First off, from our perspective, this has always been the number we're using. This is not a change to the plan in any way. We've always assumed that value and have been working closely with staff, city staff along those lines. Secondly, the 50 million gallons is nearly equal to the state appropriation permits that are currently on the wells on site. Those are at 48.6 million gallons, so 50 million is just a little bit over that. So in the idea being that this is a almost neutral project because we are going to be removing those wells, capping, removing those wells, and then going to the city system almost at the exact same quantity that have been appropriated to date. Secondly, as both Amy and Jake pointed out, the development contract will outline our process to construct berms on site. So this is important to us because we heard from the community about the concerns around noise and visual impact of construction. We want to move forward with constructing these berms early to allow both the landscape to be established and mature by the time any vertical construction works on this project. So that allows us to move forward with those berms, construct them, and then have that planting in place prior to any vertical construction. It's also very important to note that these berms are going to be built at risk. And what that means for us, if a future site plan approval requires a change to these berms, that will be fully on us to take care of, and there'll be no obligation or any concern from the city perspective. So with the phased approach to this plat, we plan to begin multiple items on site. First, we want to complete demolition of the existing buildings on the golf course site. We don't want those to be a public nuisance or something that, you know, a teenager like myself back in the day would want to go mess around with. Second, we plan to complete selective vegetation removal. What this means is that we have done tree surveys already, and we'll be removing any diseased or dead trees, and then ensuring that the vegetation on site does not become a public nuisance. I know there's been a rumor out there that this site will be clear cut and things like that. That is not the intent in any way. However, I think we should all agree that removing the dead and diseased trees is important from a public safety perspective. Finally, we're investigating the soils on site due to the legal historical use of herbicides and fungicides on site. So this is a program that's set up at the state level for previous golf courses, and so we're going to be investigating the site and removing any soil that we find to be contaminated over the certain state limits and we want to do that significantly prior to the vertical construction of the site. Finally, I just wanted to address some different disinformation or misunderstanding regarding the use of generators on site. Something we've been hearing quite a bit about is that the generators that will be on site will be used for primary power. And I'm here tonight to say that is specifically not true. Any backup generation these generators will only be used for backup generation. Any primary power will be coming directly from the utility. And these generators would be tested only on a monthly basis. And besides, in an emergency or a power outage, that would be the only time they would be used. So I just wanted to ensure that that is heard and that there's no intent to be using these generators on site as our primary power source. So to wrap up, I know Jake said it, and I want to reiterate that we remain fully committed to this project. You know, we all know and can say this has been a challenging project for us all, but we're here tonight to reiterate our commitment and our excitement for the project, and approval tonight is a step in that direction. John, do you want to say anything? Okay. I'll pass it over to John Belkin.
This one, right? Okay. Thank you. First, I want to thank you all. My name is John Belkin. I'm the general counsel of our land company. I just want to thank you all for your service. I've been in your position before, was a municipal lawyer for over 15 years in Colorado, and just want to thank you all for taking the time tonight to hear us. Just want to point out that the reason that we are here right now is because a big part of it is because of the litigation. If this was not in litigation right now, we would have already proceeded with recording the plat. And the development agreement is counterpart with the plat, so that's why it's being separated. Many of the changes that you'll see in the development agreement were very thoughtful changes that the staff and the city attorney made, and many of them are very beneficial for both parties, but certainly for the city. So I just want to point that out, that it's been a really good process in working with the city and the staff, and I think what we do plan to go forward with the project. We are excited for it. We think it'll bring a lot of great value to the community, and the hope is that we can take this first step in what will be the ultimate recording of both plats. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's start with Phil.
Thank you for the presentation. A lot of my questions that I had written down were answered. But the first one, I guess, is why the 1-year extension? Do you think that the litigation is going to be done within a year? Is that the idea behind a year versus 6 months or 8 months?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor, Council Member. So the 1 year is consistent with our original request. We anticipate that within a year, we are optimistic that we'll be able to close. Obviously, if there are extenuating circumstances, we will have to address that at a later date. But what we would typically ask is 1 year. That's consistent with state statute typically. But you have ultimate authority. If we wanted to extend it to 3 years, we could ask for that. But we're optimistic. We're moving forward with this project.
Perfect. Thank you. And again, all along, this project wasn't meant to be completed in one phase. You were gonna have multi-phases, so regardless of making first or second edition, it was gonna be a phase project.
Absolutely. I think that's a great assessment. And as you may recall, on the Planning Commission, when we initially discussed this at the several meetings, we talked about 2, 3, even 4 phases. So this is fully consistent with that plan.
Thank you, that's it.
Holly?
Okay. I actually have several questions that are going to be directed in different areas, not necessarily because I still have them as questions, but I think because they're going to be valuable for others that may still be questioning this to know and understand. Phil already mentioned this. Since it was always intended to be a phased development, is there a reason outside of litigation that this was not presented to us as 2 separate plats in 2024?
I think the answer is that, we fully intended to close, at the same time. So, I guess if we had anticipated, platting this out at different times, that would have been appropriate. But, really, we were full steam ahead, and we still are. This is really just a little bit of a hiccup and is really caused by the current expiration date.
And with that, the selection of the golf course lot property being the property that you are working on first, reasons behind that selection as compared to ISD property?
Yeah, that's, there were a number of contractual provisions that drove the closing, I would say. But, ultimately, one of the things that we've heard throughout this process is that before any construction started, many folks in the community wanted to see landscaping and berming. And, that was something that we heard a lot through the process, and we see this as an opportunity to provide that and give that landscaping, potentially a couple of years to establish and grow to a much higher level than it would if it was done concurrent with construction.
One of the questions, or one of the things that you had stated, was the benefits for existing residents by beginning that level of work. Now, what are the impacts by phasing this in the way that it is? Are there any additional impacts that residents can expect, or that we need to be prepared for, or is it ultimately following the same or similar process as what you would have followed regardless of the bifurcation?
Yeah, I think the latter. It's really essentially the same exact process, but because of, again, a number of reasons, including the berming, it allows us to, once we get to full vertical construction, we will have that berming in place ahead of time, and it'll be more established. I wouldn't anticipate any additional changes. There are some benefits, as Kevin mentioned, including payment of the park dedication fee. We've also, as you may recall, there's a pretty large natural buffer around the site, and that will continue to grow. We'll also be able to commence, some of the maintenance on that to selectively clear out the diseased trees. So ultimately, the intent is for it to be a better project when we're started.
And this has been mentioned, but to clarify, at this point with the limited scope of work, you as the developer are assuming that risk on your own. That's not a risk to the city, that's not a risk to our taxpayers. Whatever work you're doing on that site up to this point, if it needs to be changed because the legal landscape changes, if it needs to be changed because the end result changes, that's your responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the city.
Absolutely, that's correct. And it's actually in the development contract that we are taking all of the berming on at risk, and if ultimately those berms need to be higher or we need to move them due to the actual development patterns on site, that is at our risk.
Okay. I think that's all I have there. Amy, legal exposure from a city standpoint, is there anything that we face if infrastructure has already been installed and something ends up changing, plaintiffs prevail in the court case or anything like that? Are we at greater risk in this situation?
No, with bifurcating the plat, that risk doesn't change. There are provisions in the development agreement that was approved in 2024, and those provisions are carried forward to these 2 proposed development agreements that would delay the city's obligation to design and construct the public infrastructure based on, everybody loves to say this word, force majeure. Staff always gets a good chuckle when I have to say those words. But they're basically for various incidents that would be, or circumstances that would be beyond the city's control. So the city's obligations to do that work would be dependent on knowing the answers to those questions of, the litigation or other external factors that would be beyond the city's control.
And as far as the development agreement is concerned, this is in fact, if it is passed, it replaces the 2024 final plat. So they won't exist in tandem. One will replace the other. So anything that is updated in this agreement does not contradict or have any other issue with the 2024 agreement if it passes.
That's correct. Because the original original final plat was never recorded, the document that would control is the document that gets recorded. So, or documents, if it's the two plats that would be approved tonight, and the associated development agreement that would go with those plats. Because they're not recorded, they're not of record, they're not controlling on the properties, and so the documents that would ultimately be recorded is what would control.
And as you already stated, if it doesn't pass, we don't start at zero, we return to the 2024 agreement.
That's correct.
Okay.
And the 2024 plat.
And the 2024 plat. John, are there any specific infrastructure components that are being delayed? And if so, which are being delayed and which are going to proceed from a city standpoint?
Mayor and council members, infrastructure improvements specific to the site. There's nothing being delayed. We haven't initiated any projects specific to this site. This agreement allows a much better definition of the expected water and wastewater use that wasn't in the previous agreement. And from a planning standpoint, that's a huge benefit to development of our own infrastructure. The staging is similar to what was anticipated with the original approvals, so nothing's delayed, nothing's accelerated as a result of this action.
Does that also mean that it's in the way that the project overall is delayed, or the way that it's phased out at this point, or intended to be, that I guess my question is, are we at risk with any sort of stormwater or safety or additional environmental risk with these changes?
No, Mayor and council members, what definition is provided in the new development contract includes all the documents necessary to do a full engineering review for the phase one preliminary grading activity. So there's nothing at risk. There's nothing that is going to flow freely from the site. There's no negative impact on our infrastructure. They're using their existing wells for the immediate water demand for construction purposes, so there's no impact.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Okay, Jake? Most of my questions have been addressed already tonight, but I think a few of them bear repeating. First of all, just to confirm, the request tonight to bifurcate what was initially, we'll call it a rectangular plat, into two square plats still meets all the requirements approved 2 years ago, or roughly 2 years ago.
Mayor, members of the council, yes, that's correct.
And because it still complies with what had been approved, tonight's action is, to borrow Amy's phrase, a ministerial decision. And that means a capricious no vote would be generally unacceptable under state law.
Yes, that's true. A decision in a ministerial situation, you're doing a duty that you have to approve a plat that is a final plat that is consistent with a preliminary plat. And if the council were to make a decision to deny the application for the two plats, obviously you can never predict what a court would decide, but it would be very likely that that would be viewed by a court as an arbitrary, capricious decision, because it would be outside of the scope for various reasons, but one of them being that that the council's decision to deny would be outside of the scope of what your authority is in this specific situation.
And then my final question, I don't know if this is Amy, John, the team from Tract, or some combination thereof. First of all, Amy, thank you for working on the development agreements on the city's behalf. I feel like a lot of the changes are very favorable to us, and I appreciate that work. But specifically looking at Exhibit B, the water usage, and I know Kevin had mentioned it earlier, and now we're looking at an annual cap in the water usage of 50 million gallons per year. Is there, if for some reason the development were to exceed that cap, is there any legal remedy, an overage charge, or any sort of remedy from a city perspective that we could pursue if for some reason they were to exceed that amount?
I think this would be between John and me to answer, actually. But from a legal perspective, it's now a contractual obligation that is laid out in the words on the paper in the contract, and so it is any of the remedies that the city would have for a violation of any term of the development agreement. All of those same remedies would apply to what could be considered a violation of that 50 million number. So, and I know that John has some more technical remedies that might exist as well.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Well, aside from the legal aspects, there's a very physical, practical aspect that action that could be taken. We close the valve to the site. Obviously, we wouldn't do that in a way that's harmful, or we'd need certainly adequate warnings from the city attorney and language and everything. But there is a way to stop flow to the site. That's something we do on a regular basis, opening and closing valves, and if it came to that, we do have a way to do that, to cut it off essentially. But obviously we're not concerned that that's going to happen. And I just want to echo that the reference to Exhibit B, the earlier version was really cast in the light of expected demand. And the way it's cast now is it's really capped as far as what the demand will be initially and at ultimate, which is, as I said before, very helpful.
And if I could add one more thing, in addition to the ability to kind of control the flow, there is also a provision in the new version of the proposed development contract that specifically says that, the city isn't obligated to, for lack of a better word, earmark that maximum request out of the city's overall annual water appropriation permit. This user is just like any other user. If there are restrictions placed citywide because of a drought or some other circumstance, that would apply to this property just the same as everybody else. And so they will be treated just like anybody else under state law.
Thank you for reiterating some of that information and answering those questions.
Steve.
Enough. Okay, I think my question is going to be a little bit different than my peers, and I appreciate their perspective. Amy, I really want to thank you for all the work that you put in with the documents that you provided. And I appreciate the team from Tract being here. So, data center environment construction is almost synonymous today with litigation. And, a developer of any size would certainly plan for that. So, kind of reading through the letters and such forth, I'm trying to determine if it looks like you were surprised by the litigation or if it caught you off guard. I mean, do you have any thoughts about that part of it?
I don't think, I think when you're preparing contracts, you're always, you're always thinking about disputes, but I don't think that we had planned to have litigation. We did our best and work with city staff and to operate within the rule set that the city of Farmington has. We think we did a good job of that in 24. I also think that when we came to the city, having with the litigation going on now and wanting to divide the plat, we worked with the staff hand in hand to try to make the document, I think, better, really for the city, but also, so I think to answer your question, you prepare a contract, a DA, a plat with that there could be a dispute, but we certainly weren't planning for it.
Sure, fair enough. And the council has obviously heard from a number of individuals that are concerned. Without going too far down a rabbit hole, we are a council and we represent 25,000 plus people. And of course we have neighbors that we, try to take care of and all that kind of good stuff too. And, there is slightly derogatory, reference in the very mildest way towards residents here. I don't live in that neighborhood, but certainly I could appreciate that they might feel like kind of out of nowhere they're being invaded, and now they're sitting here potentially today or watching this on TV, or we'll watch it at a later point in time, and they might understand the bifurcation and they might want to believe the promise of future development. But if I look at the Minnesota Judicial Court System website, there is some activity in June, and then we jump all the way ahead to March of 27. So, depending on what happens with some of that stuff, it's more than reasonable that in about a year we're going to be kind of looking at the same thing, and then are we going to be looking at another, slightly amended, in my opinion, development agreement that's come about through that, maybe or maybe not. Maybe more of an observation there, unless you want to comment on that, but that's kind of what I see at least out there with the judicial courts right now. Amy I think this is probably more of an Amy question. So line item, contract item, or excuse me, development agreement item. Holy cow. I think we're looking for 18 here. It's pertaining to the development fees. Okay. So we've had a lot of changes, language changes, and quote unquote improvements in the language, but the cash in lieu for the park dollars have not changed. That struck me as a little bit odd. Wouldn't those dollars potentially be different, potentially higher due to the passage of time, or am I mistaken on that?
Mayor, members of the council, it's fairly standard operating procedure to base once a calculation is made for park dedication in particular, it's standard procedure to even with a phased development that is going to happen over a long build-out period, to base those numbers from the time that the application was submitted. And perhaps Tony can talk more about how it typically happens here in Farmington, but as a general practice across Minnesota cities, it's standard to have those numbers, once they're known, to stay the same.
Okay. Before you ask Tony, though, I just want to confirm, though, I mean, it looks like we are looking to approve a new agreement, a bifurcated agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, there are two proposed development agreements to correspond to the two additions of the proposed plat,
Right.
final plat.
And I just want to make sure the city gets, everything that we should be getting. So if we're on the verge of potentially approving a new development agreement, for 2026, I think we need to make sure that the cash in lieu dollars reflect essentially what I'm reading as a new contract with a bifurcation. I mean, and that's my non-attorney opinion. That just kind of strikes me as kind of maybe the approach that it would make. I mean, you can't just hold dollars paid, and I appreciate Tract wanting to pay us today, but we want to make sure that we're getting, right? I mean, we want to make sure that we're getting our full value for the land dedication. Now, it might end up being 315, 155, 87. Could be lower, could be higher. But I think that part would be important. So, I don't know, Tony, Jeff, I guess.
I was just gonna say, as far as park dedication is concerned, it's based off an appraisal that has a certain lifespan. So it's based off of that appraisal that was done at time of preliminary plat application. So short of doing a new appraisal, that would be the only other option.
I just want to bring that up. Okay, well, here's the main point I want to make. And I want to chuckle, but I don't want to chuckle. But, you know, for anybody watching on TV who was up here, you know, it was day before election, 2024. Happened to be 5 or 6 days before my dad had passed away, so that was I won't forget that because obviously it was a very tough time period. And, you know, I plead, you know, I tried to plead to the council, and again, I'm just pointing out the reality here of slowing down to make sure we get the development contract exactly the way we want it to. And yes, litigation has occurred, but the reality is the contract is really different than what we approved back in 2024. I mean, it just is. And part of it is due to the sheer nature of the bifurcation, that has to create new language to represent two different parcels. I get that part of it. But the reality is, I mean, there's components in here, you know, we had to get that development contract agreed to in December. I think it was December 2nd. We had to pass all this stuff. And then December 2nd, we agreed to the development contract. And clearly, you know, it wasn't quite the way we wanted to, which is not the way a city council should operate with a developer, in my opinion. One of the bigger concerns I have across all the changes really is in the official controls number 5. So, and I'm sure council's aware of this too, because I think it was previously pointed out. By virtue of this change, the clock is now reset, so forget the 16 months that we're into the development agreement, where we have no ability to make any change to official controls. That 16 months has been wiped out, you know, kind of quote unquote time served, and we're gonna reset it back to 8 years and give you the full 8 years. I mean, that's kind of the reality, and that, in my opinion, yes, maybe it's good for a development contract, but it certainly doesn't protect the city, in my opinion. And I guess I just go back to the fact that, you know, I've said this multiple times in whether it's this project or different projects, when you move quickly and you don't have enough conversation between planning commission council or council sitting down with this stuff, of course this is going to happen. Of course you're going to see all these kinds of changes. And so, you know, one thing I would like to see, and I don't want this comment to be confused with the matter at hand, because this is entirely separate. And this comment or this recommendation should not be blended into this project, because I think the two are entirely different. For anybody that's been paying attention, we know that Egan has a moratorium. We know that Apple Valley has a moratorium. We know that Carver has a moratorium. Well, tomorrow night, our friends in Rosemount are going to be proposing a moratorium. So what I would like to see us do as a city, to make sure that we can have a good foundation, because this project will not be the only one coming to Farmington. It just won't be. It may be the only one during our tenure on the council, but at some point another project will be coming here, and we will be better served as a community by having a template of taking time to study, here's what we want, here's what we'd like it, and it's a perfect time knowing that we have our comp plan coming up. So I don't think that's activity we need to start tomorrow, because I think, you know, the idea of introducing a moratorium would immediately invite litigation. So I'm not suggesting we do that at this moment, but I do think it is something in the future that the city absolutely needs to do. I think it would be a good discussion between the council and the planning commission. I do understand that we have limited scope within a bifurcation. That being said, you know, there has been a significant period of time, and I know that there's extenuating other circumstances out there. But at this point, I'm not comfortable approving this, and I'm comfortable leaving the original approved item as we have it.
I appreciate everybody's opinions on the topic. I guess one clarifying question from me, and then just kind of I'll try and tie it all together as best I can here. When we talk about using the wells during construction, I just want a clarifying topic that has to stay within its current appropriation amount, right?
Mayor and council members, yes, there are specific appropriation permits for those wells, and they have to stay within the boundaries of those appropriations, just like the city has an annual appropriation of 1 billion gallons. We have to stay within that appropriation or get a new one. So it's very similar to our own appropriation permit.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure and clarify, because we've had a lot of conversations where we're trying to separate what's happening during a construction phase versus the final, and just clarify that even during construction, in this case, we're not exceeding what the golf course basically is today. Okay. Oh, that's a lot to try and tie together. I guess, you know, I've had a lot of conversations over the last few days about, you know, what this meeting is, what this process is, what are we really voting on, you know, where does the city have teeth to get involved and to slow things down. And a big thing with all of this has always been that we need to follow a process. We need to demonstrate that Farmington can walk through a process consistently, not act on emotion, not do things on specific line items because of our overall feel of the overall project. That comes into conflict with a lot of people of, you know, how does the city get things done? How does the city drive action and things like that? And you have to balance those two things out. But I do need to kind of tie this down to what we're doing tonight. And I have kind of Amy's words, I think, are what I want to really latch onto at the end, where we have already approved this final plat in some language that was not clear and did not spell out a lot of things. And we have a new and revised thing that is objectively better and more clear. And it is hard for me to compare those two things and say, I'm going to reject the better thing, knowing that it just goes right back to the worst thing. So it is really hard for me to kind of weigh those moral decisions. I understand Steve's concern. I understand concern about the industry as a whole. But the action that we're here for is specifically right in front of us. And like I said, I would rather take the improved product than have to step back. There's nothing that says we can't, a year from now, find something even better. That is just a core mantra of my life, that I would take iterative improvement over time. I can't say we're not going to learn something in a year. We have that year, basically, with the litigation going on. We may learn new things and we may improve as we go. And I don't really feel like stopping all of that discussion just to, you know, that handcuffs us. That doesn't move us forward. I've had this conversation with a lot of you about, we can either choose to stomp our feet and complain about things that happened 15 minutes ago, or we can try and make forward progress, and we can try and reach a better future state. You have to be willing to say what you want as your future state to reach that. That's just how I feel about this overall topic, and I know that's not going to make a lot of you happy, but that is how I view this, and it is more important to me to demonstrate consistent process. Because if this falls through and they walk or choose to change their mind, the next developer that comes in will say, hey, we appreciated that you followed that consistent process. And that is what gets us our wins. That's what gets us our economic growth. That's what gets us out of this funk of not having consistent business growth in Farmington. So that's my only thought on this. So with that, let's try and go through these separate motions here. Sorry, 1 second. A lot of documents here. We will look for a motion to adopt Resolution 2026 TAC 035, approving and authorizing the signing of the Farmington Technology Park First Edition and the Farmington Technology Park Second Edition final plats.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Holly, second by Jake. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Cordes?
Yes.
Mayor Lean?
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett?
Yes.
Councilmember WINDSCHITL?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Would look for a motion to adopt Resolution 2026 TAC 036, granting a one-year extension until April 20th, 2027 for the recording of the Farmington Technology Park Second Edition with Dakota County.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Jake, second by Holly. Call to roll, please.
Councilmember Burnett?
Yes.
Councilmember WINDSCHITL?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Cordes?
Yes.
Mayor Lean?
Yes. Look for a motion to adopt Resolution 2026 TAC 037, approving the attached development contract for the Farmington Technology Park First Edition and authorize its execution.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Phil, second by Holly. Call to roll, please.
Councilmember WINDSCHITL?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Cordes?
Yes.
Mayor Lean?
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett?
Yes.
Look for a motion to adopt Resolution 2026 TAC 038, approving the attached development contract for the Farmington Technology Park Second Edition and authorize its execution.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Jake, second by Holly. Call to roll, please.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Cordes?
Yes.
Mayor Lean?
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett?
Yes.
Councilmember WINDSCHITL?
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Item 11. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I know this is a little bit of a longer one. We're getting there.
Full screen mode.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're here to talk about a downtown parking plan and the installation of 15-minute quick stop spots to support our downtown businesses. We've all noticed the increased activity in our downtown, which is a great thing, and this has created a greater demand for convenient parking options to support those quick visits to our local businesses. Over the course of time, several businesses have come to us and they've requested additional short-term parking spaces in the downtown. The EDA has discussed this, staff has discussed this, our development review committees have discussed these requests. And the EDA back in August and again in March talked about quick stop spots. These would be used to drop off and pick up in our downtown. They're courtesy spaces. The idea behind them would be that people could come in, visit our businesses. They would not be enforced by our police department. They collectively would encourage turnover to support those businesses, and they would consistently be located in areas in our downtown versus responding to these individual requests that continuously come to City Hall by these various different businesses. Again, this is in response to a need that we're hearing in our downtown by these businesses that are very important to us. So what's being recommended is a downtown parking plan that would include a total of 10 of these spots. This is an example of the signs. One spot would be located per block on each side of the street along 3rd Street between Spruce and Elm. There would be a total of 4 spots. These spots would be located at the corner and or that spot adjacent to the existing ADA spot on the block. 1 spot on the north and south side of Oak Street. On the east side of 3rd Street, that would be a total of 2 spots. These spots would be located at the corner. And then this plan also recognizes that there's 4 existing 15-minute spaces that exist on the west side of 3rd Street on Elm. The faces of those signs would be replaced for consistency, but those spaces would remain. You can see on this map the location of those spaces. These signs would be installed this spring by the Public Works Department. And prior to installation, staff would notify all of our businesses in the downtown. We would do a communication campaign. We would share this information on our city's website. We would work with our communications staff, thanks David, to get this information out onto our social media platforms as well. And the installation of the signs and this project in itself would be funded by the EDA. And again, this whole project is in response to our downtown. It responds to those needs expressed by these businesses, and it provides consistent locations of these spots, again, versus responding to the individual requests that come in over time. So tonight, the council is asked to approve the downtown parking plan and authorize the installation of these spots. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deanna. Steve?
Nope, looks good.
Jake?
No questions. Just want to extend that thank you to the downtown businesses and institutions for reaching out and working with the city on this.
My only question actually has to do with what was an extension of this conversation when we were discussing it, which was the public parking information. Is that going to be coming at a later time, or is it because public parking is city-owned that doesn't need to be a part of this project? Can you just ensure that we understand that part just a little bit more?
Sure. As part of the wayfinding plan, we did identify some consistent signage to identify the public parking. Those signs will be installed as well, but that's part of a wayfinding plan, and we'll be working to communicate public parking locations as well, but that's a little bit different than these quick stop spots, but they all work together. And we know that we have a lot of public parking that the community doesn't necessarily know is available, and we need to do a better job of making sure that people know where those are located, and having the public parking signs installed is one step to help people understand that.
Perfect. I appreciate both of these. I know it supports businesses. I think it also fills a need that we're hearing from residents too, which is sometimes at certain times of the day or certain days of the week, it can be a little bit more difficult to hop in and hop out. So I think it's an opportunity to be able to do both.
No, I think it's a great idea. Just a thought comes to my mind to make sure that the businesses and the employees know that this is not enforceable by the police, because I do think it's going to create police calls, and coming from experience, generally not the high priority calls, but just so that businesses are aware that they're there for a reason, but they're not enforceable.
Right. And that will be part of the communication that goes out and to our businesses. We have been working with the police department. The chief is fully aware of this project. These are courtesy spaces. Hopefully people will understand and self-enforce themselves.
Yes, great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Holly, for pointing out the part about the public parking. I think maybe that's the unsung part of the conversation. We have had a few conversations about this topic, so I apologize that we kind of speed run through it. We talked about this in work session in the past. We do also want to mark, to Holly's point, we want to mark our downtown parking to be a little bit more clear, because, it was one feedback item that kind of came out with the construction of the Emery is people aren't quite as clear at where they're allowed to park, so we wanted to be very strategic. So I expect that to kind of come at a later time, I would think here, but this is all in the direction of goodness, I think. So we don't need to beat this one up too much, I think. Action requested for this one. Look for a motion to approve the downtown parking plan and authorize installation of signs.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Steve, second by Jake. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Cordes?
Yes.
Mayor Lean?
Yes.
Councilmember Burnatz?
Yes.
Councilmember WINDSCHITL?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
All right. We're to the fun part now. Sorry. Citizen comments. There will be a slight change tonight. 1 second. Normally, this is going to be normally comments are a time for anyone to address the city council on matters not on the agenda. Considering the somewhat unique nature of the vote tonight, we are going to relax that requirement. If you would like to speak to a topic on the agenda, feel free. I'm going to read the rest of this disclaimer, though, as it still applies. Comments from speakers must be informational in nature and may not exceed 5 minutes. The City Council will not engage in discussion or debate in those 5 minutes, but will take the information and issue a response to those requiring one by the next council meeting. When you come up to the podium, state the city or township that you live in. As part of the protocol, it is unacceptable for any speaker to slander or engage in character assassination or discuss personnel complaints at a public council meeting. As such, speakers will not be allowed to identify city employees either by name or position, or to identify any other person by name during the public comment period. If one does, their comments will be deemed done. Please address your comments to the council as a whole. If decorum cannot be maintained during a speaker's time, the council will recess to allow decorum to be restored, and upon return from recess, citizen comments will resume, provided order can be maintained. If order cannot be restored, the meeting may be adjourned. Is there anyone who would like to speak tonight?
My name is Terry Pearson, 2475 225th Street West. And congratulations, congratulations council, congratulations construction companies, congratulations electricians. The city will get their money. The school system will get promised money. Short-term work, constructing buildings that will forever cover green and tillable ground with cement and pavement. Congratulations that the buildings will hold technology that takes jobs for the future. Congratulations that this is going to gobble the resources of water, strain our electrical needs, and pollute the clean air that we are so proud of. Trust the process. And in the end, the citizens will lose. But what will remain will be the industrial wasteland. It will be marked like graveyard stones, forever standing as testament to the bad decisions by this council. No rest in peace will be engraved on these stones.
Mayor, Councilman David Marsh, 204 First Street. I'm going to jump off this topic real quick, throw a little other pickle at you. Mr. Wilson, how are you? The scenario is this. The Planning Commission, as you know, a number of years ago approved a conditional use permit for River Oaks, right? Very strict. Then it came to the city council. The previous city council approved that conditional use permit with very stringent standards. Tony was standing behind it all, pushing the whole project forward. Well, this is ironic that I come tonight to address this with you guys based on what Councilmember Wilson said, what you said, Mr. Mayor, right? We can't go back and change things, right? We have to get better and smarter and we move forward. You're in a situation where you have a conditional use permit that, quite honestly, River Oaks has not followed one single bit. We got the police chief here, ask him how many calls he gets on that, about turning on First Street, the cars leaving, coming, going. I had a parent cut me off while I was backing out of my own driveway, trying to get to the post office, because I live right across from the street from the thing. She cut me off and blocked me at the end of my own road, thinking I was trying to butt in line to pick up a kid. My kids are long gone. I don't want to be here anymore. The scenario is there's snowplow guy. The city plows the alley between Elm and that runs between the houses on the backside of Elm Street, which borders my property, plows it across the road and into their snow pile on the end. River Oaks snowplow guy picks up the snow and dumps it in my driveway and in my yard with rocks and everything else in it, and then blames me. There's 40 to 60 cars any given day sitting outside River Oaks. River Oaks promised to control traffic. They promised to have flights of parents. They promised the buses would go slow. They promised that the parents would leave in a reasonable manner. I invite all of you, you let me know when you want to come. You guys clear your schedule. In the next 2 weeks, you come over in the morning, I'll have coffee, I'll go get donuts at the donut shop, and then we'll do a little barbecue in the afternoon about 3 o'clock. And I'd like to see between the new and we'll call it whatever that new center is, the old Valley River Dental Clinic is now a treatment center of some sort. With the cars lined up on both sides of that road, the post box house that was allowed to be built with their cars sitting in the street in their driveway, and now all these parents coming up and down First Street that I mind you is 4 houses long, right? It was bad when the grocery store was there, but at 6 a.m. I could go out, knock on the trucker's driver's door and say, hey, you know what, pull your truck down further, you know, my wife and kids are sleeping. I can't do that with these parents. They literally are abusive, don't follow their own rules. I'll be honest, I threatened to grab my skid and push the lady's car in the ditch and in the river because she pissed me off so bad. And I was just trying to get to the post office. When I moved there, that was a cul-de-sac. There was a grain elevator, a defunct grain elevator. There was nothing else there. There was a grocery store, but they were good neighbors. When their trash would blow, I'd go over and tell the store manager. He'd come over, send some of the boys over, they'd pick it up, right? It was never an issue. Even when the trucks in the mornings for deliveries get stacked up, they always were good neighbors. You have in front of you a conditional use permit that has, you guys had laid it all out. Tony pushed for the envelope also. I went to the planning commission meetings. I went to all the city council meetings. You guys, it's ironic that I'm here tonight because you can't change what was done before, but you do have an opportunity to change something because now you have a conditional use permit for this. Just look at our tax base, right? That school, now that you took that commercial property off the tax base because the school, you're not recognizing any of it there. Get us a grocery store back. But I would commend you, or I recommend that you go forth with looking at their conditional use permit, and you guys let me know when you want to come over. We'll have donuts and coffee, tea, whatever you like, and I'll grill burgers in the afternoon, and we'll take a look at the traffic situation. Because it's a giant safety hazard, right? They're backed up all the way across the bridge. And then as fast as they go in, they go out and they go to the west. So if you're sitting on my street, First Street, there's 4 houses, and you have the post office trucks flying by. One of them hit my mailbox 2 years ago because she was avoiding parents coming out and in and out. It's a zoo. The school should have never gone there in the first place, and you have an opportunity to remove that school in their conditional use permit. And I suggest that you look long and hard because someone's going to get hurt on that corner. Some kid crossing his bike, some mom pushing a stroller, senior taking a walk in the afternoon because they don't look. You're a police officer, you get it. Chief sitting there, how many calls do you get a month about that school? You know it, quite a bit. So that's it. Come let me know when you guys want to have coffee. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. Nikita Klochan, Executive Estates. I have come to speak today stuck between a rock and a hard place. As I've said previously in multiple meetings, I am a member of the IBEW. I have helped build 3 different data centers. I recognize that they are good construction jobs and they support our local members. I speak today knowing full well that what I have to say will probably limit my employment opportunities. That said, my opinions are my own and do not represent those of the IBEW on the said issue. A few days ago, I received a letter labeled IBEW Local 110. I thought it was weird. It was addressed to my wife instead of me. She's not a member of the IBEW. Lo and behold, it was a solicitation letter asking her to speak in favor of this development. I didn't even get a chance to read that letter fully before my wife promptly proceeded to tear it up. However, to have the union be on the side of the people we are actively fighting in our community really hurt. And I say this not to the local brothers that are here present to speak on the behalf of this data center. I'm speaking in regards to the leadership of these said locals and to our community council here. My wife's actions should tell you all that you need to know about how we feel about this project in our house. Just in case our guests aren't educated on this particular on this topic, There are a lot of potential hazards of large-scale data centers. I suggest you look to Virginia and Texas, to name just a few states that have fast-tracked a lot of these massive projects, to see all the reporting that has been done on the effects of these data centers when they're placed in populated areas. Let me give you a short summary. It's not good. More and more reporting is coming out every week citing the harm these data centers can cause, not just the local environment, but to the human psyche, such as constant anxiety and loss of sleep. I have 2 little children at home. I do not wish that upon them. I will ask you the same question I've asked this council. Would you buy or build a new house next to a massive data center? I've asked this to the city council members, so I have a feeling your answer will probably be no. If that's the case, why do you expect us to live in such conditions in which you are unwilling to live? Does the old construction adage, "you can't see it from my house," come into play here? Because if that's the case, that's some impressive cognitive dissonance on behalf of you guys. This has been a sore subject in our community, and you're not painting our locals in good light by being here supporting this project. I understand that the locals are seeking to keep its workforce employed. However, I think it's pretty hypocritical that we are chasing dollars from the same companies that are actively engaging in union busting efforts of their own employees. Apple, Amazon, Google are some. So while you sit here and talk the good talk about union jobs, you should be ashamed of yourself for standing here and advocating for this. I have neighbors that have been slapped with lawsuits just for talking about this. I don't think you would find that acceptable, because it's not okay for citizens to be sued by a company for allegedly defaming them. This project is a parasite. It has wormed its way, and it will slowly eat this community from within. So pardon me, but when I say this to our local leaders, screw these jobs. Go home and think long and hard who you're going into business with. And to the tradespeople in the audience, I urge you to stand with our community and not be part of the big business, that, even if it costs you jobs. On your drive home, make sure you pay attention to all the open spots available that haven't been built on yet. That could be a data center in the future. That could be your next neighbor. We might be skilled labor, but we are building the future that will replace you and me. Thank you.
Esther Varga, 225th Street, Castle Rock. Council, Mayor, residents, and citizens listening online. I would like to start with a quote from Michael Turner, District Supervisor of Loudoun County, Virginia. His words, "I regret the vote because prior boards allowed industrial land to surround established residential neighborhoods. We effectively rendered 16 homes uninhabitable because of all the data center constructions going on. Let that sink in." Cities nationwide waking up to the impact on residents, yet Farmington Council digs its heel and stubbornly refuses to listen to the study after study to show the ill effects, except the one council member who we thank. Apple Valley, Eagan, Rosemount, listen. How come? Are they not afraid to correct course that would scare away future developers? Good for them. Please read between the lines when developers say, "Oh, it makes sense to build here because of the infrastructure, water, electricity." It makes sense to them, of course, because they don't have to spend $1 million to bring electricity, $1 million a mile. They could build these away from residents, but it doesn't make sense to them because then they would need to spend extra dollars of their billions of profits. No, it has to be here to save dollars on the backs of our hard-earned equity in our houses. Farmington has designated industrial zone, yet the city hasn't pursued that site. Farmington could solve for economic development and jobs by building not next to residents. For the electrician union members, I hear you. You want to work, me too. I understand from readings online that there is a shortage of trained electricians needed for the AI data center boom. I don't think any tradesman need to worry about job opportunities in a boom. The IBEW union stating, this is a life or death situation for big tech. The bottleneck is the lack of workers, they say. So you can find plenty data centers to work on, and when you do, please think of your family, your house, your backyard, your family's water and quality of life, and apply for a data center build that is not next to a working people's neighborhood just like yours. Thank you for all that you do. I would like to address Tract's letter to the city that is public information. Quote, the city completed AUAR environmental study confirming Minnesota's environmental conservation goals. Well, let me quote from the Minnesota Environmental Board. AUAR is for residential, commercial, warehouse, and light industrial. We all know this is anything but light. So AUAR was not the proper environmental study here. Quote, contrary to misinformation spread by a few on social media, but actually there's a lot of us sharing studies and articles, not spreading misinformation. Again, think, who has the gain here? Developer or our measly little residents trying to save our houses? Just a few of the studies we share. Harvard Gazette, April 8, Ben Green, Associate Professor, University of Michigan, discussing the impact of data centers, quoting, the public is quite negative and their concerns are legitimate. Is this professor also a vocal minority spreading misinformation? Another one, Environmental Health Project Organization, February article, the dangers of data centers, listing noise, light, and air pollution. Quote, the council cast votes that reflected the will of the majority of Farmington residents. Excuse me? What I heard in every council meeting, the majority of people spoke against this monstrosity. You can review all these meetings on the city's website. Quote, this handful of vocal citizens would bring meritless legal action seeking to undo the city's democratic process. Big words, almost stays like a slander. Well, learned, tracked people, we are not a handful, we are a lot. And merit or meritless should be up to the judge and not up to tract. In closing, I caution any developer buying into the gold rush of this land grab. There are developments to put data centers in the ocean, according to the latest CBS Sunday Morning Show last Sunday. Thank you.
You guys should get taller microphones. My name is Braden Schensel. I live in Castle Rock. Have you ever looked at the town you grew up in and felt grateful it was that place of all places? That's how I feel about Farmington. It's a calm, family-centered community where people grow up, feel safe, and enjoy where they live. But with this proposed data center, or what's being called a technology park, future generations may not be able to say that same thing about Farmington. Building a hyperscale data center here would threaten our city's character, create serious environmental and daily life problems, and set a dangerous precedent that could affect our future generations. Today I want to talk about three main points. The strain this project would place on our resources and environment, how it would affect daily life in our community, and the long-term impacts on future generations and what this could lead to next. First, data centers place heavy strain on local resources and environment. These facilities obviously require huge amounts of electricity to run, but according to this technology park website by Tract, this project will rely heavily on natural free cooling, but that can only do so much even if we live in Minnesota. And that means much of the year ventilation systems and water are still going to be needed, which will definitely increase its energy demand. Now that energy has to come from somewhere. This could lead to more power productions being built to support it. That could change the land around us, including building large solar developments on existing farmland. One of such projects is already planned to surround my home, just a couple of miles from this proposed data center location. And this site will obviously need a lot of power. The proposed data center is expected to need around 700 megawatts of power. That would significantly add to the total energy demand already placed on Farmington. Second, this project would affect the daily life and atmosphere within Farmington. The construction alone is estimated to last anywhere from 5 to 10 years. That's nearly a decade of constant noise, dust, and heavy machinery next to residential areas. There would also be a lot more traffic from construction vehicles, which creates congestion and makes things feel much less safe, especially with families for little kids nearby. And even after this construction is done, the impact does not go away. Over nearly a decade-long construction period, there would be times when noise, lights, and activity go beyond what people expect, and that kind of frustration builds up over time. Even when construction is finished, the facility will operate 24/7. That means cooling systems and server fans will run constantly, creating continuous background noise for nearby residents. While there are city ordinances and state environmental rules that apply, including noise and lighting standards, there's still a concern for how effective these limits are in practice, especially with a facility of this scale. Finally, this project would affect our future generations and set a precedent for future industrial development within Farmington. Growing up here gives people a certain quality of life. It's a place where families can come to settle down and kids can grow up in a stable environment. But adding something like this will completely change that. With more traffic, more noise, and more industrial presence, that experience is not going to be the same. And there's no doubt in my mind that fewer people are going to want to live next to something like this, let alone raise a family there. It could also affect housing. According to an article I found by Emily Ray, data centers near homes can typically lead to higher property taxes and make homes more expensive to purchase. That makes it even harder for new families to move here. And this isn't just about one facility, but what comes after. In the state of Virginia, for example, data centers started with just a few locations and has now grown to one of the largest concentrations of data centers in the entire world, even being nicknamed Data Center Alley. It didn't stop at one, but kept expanding. Now, I'm not saying a project like this will turn Farmington into something like Virginia, but it shows how easily, once one door opens, how many more can follow. And over time, that can shift Farmington away from being a family-centered community and towards something more industrial. And while the main goal may be to increase our tax revenue, we have to ask if that trade-off is worth it. Data centers are obviously important on how much we rely on technology and the advancements in artificial intelligence. I'm not going to deny that, but they should not be built next to existing homes. If the goal for the City Council is to act in the best interest of the people in Farmington and the surrounding community, this project will not move forward. If you wouldn't want to live next to something like this, don't expect your neighbors to. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Mo Fashami. I live in 2528 220th Street West, Bearly, Castle Rock Township. I have a 40-plus years IT career. More than 20 of it has been spent as global telecommunication and data center network architect for some of the large Fortune 500 companies, several of them here in the Twin City area. So I know a thing or two about data centers, and I've worked with cloud providers, Amazon and Azure, and I'm aware of other providers as well. So I know a thing or two about data centers. You heard today from tract representatives that on the existing land, there are wells that produce currently enough water equivalent to what they need. So why do they come to the city? Let them go ask DNR for their own permitting. In the cities around us, they're beginning to have PFAS issues. The health department just earlier this month issued about how much fish to eat from South Branch Vermilion River. There is a PFAS concern about that. So you're getting PFAS in the adjacent communities. So by providing water of the city to the developer, if you have PFAS, you're gonna remediate PFAS and give it to the data center so they can use it to cool their equipment, which doesn't need PFAS. So why would you go through the additional expense of spending city's money on remediating PFAS for something that doesn't need to use remediated water? Also, cloud providers need to guarantee to their customers a 99.99 or better service level agreement. So if I'm Microsoft that want to go build somewhere, and I'm told if I'm used more water than I'm allowed, and the valves are going to get closed on me, guess what? I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go somewhere else when that possibility doesn't exist, because they have commitments to their customers to run 7/24, provide that service 7/24. So if for some reason something happens and the city turns the water off to them, they're not going to be able to do the business. Their contracts, their customers are going to start litigation against Amazon or Microsoft or whoever plans to come to this industrial park. Additionally, there were some comments that it appeared that the developer is generous and is giving the city something in return for a parkland. That area was zoned parkland. So with that money, the city is obligated to go buy a park somewhere else in the city so that you keep the same number of parkland. The tower, this water storage, the primary customer for that is going to be the data center. So if I'm giving land to you to give me something back, is that really a magnanimous gesture? And the Biscayne Avenue, had it not been for this project, probably would not have happened, maybe many years into the future. That road has been talked about for many, many years. Nothing has taken place. There's never been a road. So giving easement to anybody for that road off the property, again, is not a magnanimous gesture. If the county needs to take it, they come and take it. Again, also to IEBW representatives, if you put a moratorium on data centers, it doesn't make the jobs go away. It allows, as one of the council members said, time to figure out what's the best way, and those jobs would come back. If we're doing it right, you guys can have the jobs and go home and be proud that you're working on some of the best things possible. I know our code in Minnesota is probably at the very top, the best of any other states. So be proud. I am proud of you guys. A moratorium doesn't necessarily kill jobs, it only delays them. Thank you very much for the time.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Jim Sloan. I'm a resident of Farmington. I'm also a business representative for the Steam Fitters, Pipe Fitters Local 455. Represent over 1,200 working members. 188 of those members, just for a little background, live in Dakota County and generate, just in taxable wages, a little over $23.6 million that, in Dakota County. 22 of our members live right here in Farmington, which generate 2.8 million. That's just in a taxable wage, not including their fringe benefits. So these jobs do help out people who live in the community. I understand all the concerns people may have, but these types of projects put a lot of people to work. We had 183 pipe fitters alone working at the Meta Data Center up in Rosemount. Everybody's familiar with that. There's been 350,000 hours worked on that project just for pipe fitters, and that has brought in over $20 million in taxable wages. If you include fringe benefits, you can almost double that amount. So these projects are very important. I understand the concerns, questions people have, makes sense, but ultimately we're about jobs. And if these jobs go somewhere else, so does the money. We had 118 traveling pipe fitters come into work on the data center. Guess what? They all stay around Rosemount, the area, somewhere around here. And when they go home, back to their places they're renting, they spend the money here where they're working. If these projects aren't happening here, that money is going to follow to another job. Everybody talks about jobs that are temporary. That's what we do. You know, there's representatives from other trades here. That's just the nature of the business, and everybody understands that, and that change happens. But with projects like this coming, that gives us a lot of we can work on building our membership to accommodate the manpower. Someone spoke to the fact that, you know, there's labor shortage. That's true, but these projects give us the opportunities to bring in more apprentices, more journeymen to work, to do this type of work, and they are also people who live in the community. So I just wanted to just make a couple little points. I'm not going to take up any much more of your time, but these jobs that come along with this are very important to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy Peregrino. I live in Farmington. I do live a little distance away, but I know that these data centers don't respect boundaries, neither for water nor for air. A couple comments before I get into the information that I prepared, but my first question is for the City Council. Did any of you invite our attorney to speak outside of the agenda, because the tract attorneys weren't listed anywhere on the agenda and they spoke outside the agenda? So maybe, you know, allowing someone who speaks on behalf of tract, whose firm is involved in a lawsuit along with Farmington, getting that special invitation to speak, while we taxpayers don't get the same invitation with our representatives, just doesn't strike me as very fair. In fact, it seems kind of icky, seems kind of sneaky. So, and then we're speaking after they do and after approving the final plat. This is grossly unfair, hideously unfair. Just my feeling. So, a couple of other comments here. Not all unions are gung-ho about this. In fact, my union, MAPE, the Minnesota Association of Professional Employees, our political affairs coordinator for MAPE spoke on Capitol Hill, talking about the risk and true cost to communities, the cost of electricity, the inequity of where that data center is planned to be built in the middle of three communities. I also want to mention that I don't understand, or I can't see possibly how the construction of these data centers, or the data center, whether it's either half the size or if it's the full size, it'll be one of the biggest in the United States. It'll have a heat dome, and the South Vermilion River runs right through the data center property. And what I understand is that it creates a heat dome of up to 16 degrees, potentially higher in the surrounding communities. And I can't imagine that the river would remain at the stage or at the temperature where the trout could reproduce naturally. It's one of the few, if not the only one in the area where trout reproduce naturally. So all that work and all the talk you know that you mentioned in beautifying the Vermilion River will be for naught if it's destroyed. Finally, or another thing too, is that the Harvard Business Review on November 5th talked about the rare cancers and miscarriages that happen because of the particulates from hyperscale data centers. Why should we die from respiratory failure and endanger our immunocompromised neighbors for a paycheck? And also, Aaron McQuay just recently spoke about hyperscale data centers as a prime target for terrorists. And right now, in the middle of this war, we're sitting there like we'd be like a sitting duck with an AI data center, which would be a prime target for attack. So these are short-term projects that will destroy lives and have negative impacts on the surrounding community and beyond. Why do we need to build this monstrosity and then have to pick up the pieces after the destruction of our health and the river as well? We know that this will happen. We know that all of this destruction will happen, and Farmington can't afford to ignore it. You say you can't answer our questions and concerns because of ongoing litigation. But it's reckless and irresponsible to put this community in such grave danger and then have to pick up again the pieces after the fact. You're really not planning for the future, and I, for one, worry for my neighbors.
Hi, my name is Margaret Sullivan, 4258 Russell Avenue North in Minneapolis. And I'll explain how I got here in a moment, but just quickly first, I really appreciated hearing the response that water can be turned off if water use exceeds contracted cap. It's the kind of transparent, effective response that starts to begin to ease my mind on that particular point. Unfortunately, unless I've missed something, there's a big remaining lack of clarity in my mind about who the responsible party would be to keep track of how much water the project would use, how and how often exactly the usage would be kept track of, and how residents would access that information, as it would be their water needs the project would be competing with. Unfortunately, knowing water can be shut off only becomes meaningful to me when we have the same clarity on these questions. Anyway, I'm here because one hyperscale data center makes all Minnesotans more vulnerable in all the ways: water safety and supply, power outages, job losses, health threats, land lost to poisoned groundwater, surveillance, decreased property values. Oh, and there are military targets. Now about that, I've been following this sort of loosely since last summer, but the number of feet I'm hearing for setback, is it really just 250 feet? That seems counterintuitive. I'm wondering, since you don't know, or I don't think you know, exactly what will go on in those buildings, I mean, unless you do, what is guiding setback distance? What's the rubric? So maybe I should formally ask here and give you the chance to inform us, what type of work will this be dedicated to? We get it that the identity of the owner is protected, but the type of activity their work is dedicated to isn't, right? Is it medical research, military planning, surveillance, some mixture, something else? Okay, so you don't know? I'm gonna have to assume that. Given that that remains a question, I guess, I'd assumed you'd be all about liability and set a hyperscale data center back at a similar distance to any inherently high-risk structure. I mean, since hyperscale data center operations cover such a range of possibilities, indeed from medical research to military planning, I thought you'd set it back more like a high-risk structure, like Monticello's nuclear plant, which would be miles, if nothing else, to cover city liability. So the setback proposed, again, 250 feet, I guess, if that's right, doesn't even seem in your interest. I'm sure you've figured this out by now, so you'll have a quick answer, but who besides the city would be liable for this decision in an absolute, worst case mass casualty scenario? Like where data centers hit because it actually was a military target and residents nearby are harmed, when an appropriate setback for a potential military target was not chosen? And who but the city is liable for this decision in the equally tragic but more predictable and very legitimate medical lawsuits to come from a setback this close to residents? Thank you for listening. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. You're all good.
Mayor, council members, thank you for your time tonight. My name's Zach Clausen. I'm a resident of Rosemount. I was a resident of Farmington. I'm a member of the Labor's 563. I also have the privilege of being an instructor with LIUNA in the winter, as well as the privilege of working for a contractor in this community in the summer months. I live in Rosemount, within a few hundred yards of the metadata center that's currently being built and operational in Rosemount. I have noticed no significant negative impact in my life, the impact in my children's life, but what I have noticed is their ongoing commitment into the community, towards the schools and the city amenities. We also have a major refinery there. Out of respect to them, I won't announce the name, but over the course of my lifetime, they've also contributed a lot of money back into the community and the parks. We talk about these are temporary jobs. To construction, it's not temporary jobs. We go to work every day trying to build the future of this community. These jobs are necessary. Where I currently am at right now as an instructor, I see a lot of our members come through every week, a lot of them in this community and the surrounding communities. These are important jobs to these individuals, extremely important jobs. I understand people's different opinions on it. I'm not an attorney by any means. I'm a blue collar worker, and I just go to work to try and provide for my family every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Pritzloff, 20255 Aiken Road, Farmington, Minnesota. I'm going to ask the council to either put a stop work on this project or an injunction on it, because I think the people from track are going to move some dirt, do some berms and all that to kind of just show the court, so well, we've gotten this far. So you approve a plat and you let them do work to kind of steamroll the courts and tell them what they can do and what they can't do. Well, we've got, you know, how many times have I been to this podium and said, you lead a horse down a road too long, too far, there's no turning back. This is one of those cases. You don't let them do stuff to the property that, you know, one says it doesn't need permits. Well, if I were to do something that massive in my yard, you'd be up there like everything. So either put a stop work on it or an injunction on it before it even starts, and then do your homework. Second of all, I run a business. This contract was, you guys looked at it tonight, and it was stated that there were some things that need to be cleaned up, dressed up, I's dotted, T's crossed. If I did that in my business, I'd be out of business. If you guys can't tell your staff to bring you a contract that's in full the way you want it, but no, we got to come back, we'll do some cleanup, that's very unprofessional, and you pay for that service. I'd be out of business for that. And it's like, there's just no reason for that. You had the time that you knew this was happening tonight. That contract should have been right to the T, right to the I. It's people doing their jobs. You know, we had a lot of people here tonight, retire, hires, all that. A lot of wonderful people did their jobs. The contract didn't do their jobs. I go, if I have the numbers right, we're what, 13 years out of compliance for pay equity? We're paying $70,000 for that? Who didn't do their job there? Was that the council that we should be keeping up on that? Was that somebody else doing their job that we shouldn't have to spend $70,000? There's people that do their jobs very good. There's some that don't do them good at all, and they cost the taxpayers money. The second or the third thing is go back on respect and transparency of the council. We had about 13 people that applied for the council seat. I wish you would have respected all the other ones' time that they put into it. I think you knew that you were going for somebody that was already a yes vote on a lot of the items that have had to happen over the last 2 years. Quite frankly, now I would ask that council member abstain from any of the stuff that he's voted on back when he was a planning commission member, because it might be in a conflict of interest from the city. And the only one person that would be able to tell you that would be the League of Minnesota Cities, which you can't do that in the middle of a year like this. When I was on the council, I'm sure you guys did it too, League of Minnesota Cities, you go to a conference, you learn the do's and the don'ts of being a council member. He doesn't have that time afforded to him right now. So I think you knew who you were going to pick. You thought you were doing the right thing by, oh, look at, we're going to get 13 people here. We're going to waste their time. I run a business. If I'd known you were going to do that, I wouldn't have wasted my money or my business time. You had what you knew you were going to do. and it really stinks looking from the outside in. You want respect, you want transparency, you want everything from people at this podium. We just ask a little bit from that podium.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, mayors, council members. My name is Kevin Pranis. I'm also a member of Laborers Local 563. I do policy work for the union. I grew up in a community like this out west of Carver on the west side, but very much like this. I live in St. Paul currently, and mostly just here to share some information from work on the policy side. I know the concerns have been raised about energy usage, and I think that's important. Data centers do use a lot of energy, and that's relevant. There's a challenge to that, to trying to supply that energy. There's also a real benefit, which is when you bring in a large customer that can take a lot of load and pay a lot of money for it, it helps everyone's bills, potentially. We passed a law last year in Minnesota that requires data centers to pay for every bit of the additional capacity that's needed to serve them. So the utilities aren't allowed to serve them unless they can serve all that load, unless they can meet their environmental requirements, right? And unless that can be done without harming other ratepayers. So we're starting to see the first fruits of this. There's a proposed data center in Pine Island, and Xcel just filed their electric service agreement for that. And that's estimated to save Xcel ratepayers, for anyone who is Xcel ratepayer, which I am, $1.1 billion over 15 years. There's not a single other thing we could do to save ratepayers $1.1 billion, right? Because I work in energy policy. We've looked at every single thing. Let's add batteries, right? Let's bring in some new cheap wind. Let's anything that we imagine doing. Nothing does the affordability what that one data center project will do for Xcel customers. If Dakota Electric adds a data center, they can speak to this better, but that same thing applies. Data centers are willing to pay a lot of money to get power, right? And they still have to meet Minnesota's requirements. And so I think that's an important benefit for the people of Farmington and all over this region, because cheap electricity is what you really need to drive your economy forward. Understanding that, and in terms of effects, I think there's fair questions. We looked into water usage. I mean, typically data center water usage is around a golf course amount of water use. So that's some water use. It's nothing close to what agriculture requires and is necessary for agriculture. And so I think data centers use water, but nothing out of proportion to what you would see in other uses. There were questions about heat. I've looked at that study. That study has been debunked. There was some confusion about what happens when a data center is built in a community, and they confused basically the warming of sunlight hitting asphalt with something to do with data center exhaust, right? So even a 700 megawatt curling iron couldn't heat something 6 miles away, as the study claimed. So I think if you look at impacts, data centers have impacts, but compared to a distribution center, it's like a distribution center with no trucks going in and out. So imagine all those reduced diesel emissions, all of those fewer truck trips, all less damage on the roads, and with substantially higher tax revenues. And so I think it's a reasonable deal. Obviously, there's a lot of employment opportunities that you've heard about before that I think are worth considering, and appreciate you have a hard decision, and good luck with your work on it.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and the Council. I'd like to share kind of a different perspective on this. I did not grow up in Farmington. I'm actually a new member of the community. I did not plan on speaking tonight either, but my fellow community here has inspired me to come up and talk. There's a lot of conversation about jobs here. There's a lot of conversation about the blue collar aspect of jobs and what this is going to create for the community for building this data center. Coming from a different perspective, I actually work in the tech sector and IT, and theoretically, you'd think something like this would be an amazing job opportunity for me. If I could have employment within my town, within my industry, very short commute, you think that'd be something incredible. But instead, I'm firmly opposed to the building of this data center, and especially the way that it's being presented right now. Others have said before me there's a wide range of concerns when it comes to data centers, whether it's environmental, whether it's the health concerns around them. I think really a big important part of it is going to be the noise and light pollution that this is going to have an effect on in our downtown community. My wife and I, we chose Farmington for the community aspect, for the sort of smaller town feel. for the amazing community that we're seeing here. And I think it's very clear to everybody who, does not have money in this game that this would be a stain on our community, especially at the proposed location, right in the middle of a residential area. There are ways that data centers can be built productively and ways that they can benefit the community. We're in a time right now where there are a lot of farmers retiring. There's a lot of farmland going up for sale, and the value of that land is, getting increasingly more valuable. Others have said before me that, the reason why this is going where it is just because it's easy for the developer. I feel that it looks like we are being sold out. This community that, I'm a new member of is being taken advantage of. And instead of trying to do the right thing, instead of trying to put this in a way that it's not going to affect everybody in the community, make the developer foot a little bit more of the bill to properly route some of these utilities there. There are ways that we could do this, but instead, unfortunately, what seems to be kind of the trend lately is everybody chasing the short-term gains and just neglecting long-term thinking. So I'd really ask the council to really think about what we're doing here, really think about how something like this is going to affect new members of the community, people looking to start their families, grow up in Farmington and be the next generation of this city. There's better ways to do this than what we're doing it right now. Thank you very much, everybody.
Bob Richardson, 35 Elm Street. I live over by the charter school. My neighbor Dave Marsh just spoke. You agreed to that charter school, this is year 4, about law enforcement. The first week of charter school, I was coming back from Alina Clinic, Farmington. They had a power outage. I was coming down Elm Street to turn north on First Street, and the school was using the park playgrounds because their playground wasn't done. Their kids were safely up on this curb line and this curb line. One of their adult supervisors or teachers walked in front of me as I'm turning with their back facing me. She was facing north and I'm driving in from the south. She was carrying a stick like with the duck, follow me. No kids. I parked my truck. My brother's over there with the green shirt. I parked in the alley. Within 5 minutes, I don't know which officer, a Farmington officer, was parked at my along 50, walked up. I barely sat down in a lawn chair. I still deal with leg swelling. He said, which one's driving that Chevy truck back there? And he was going to write me up for a $185 pedestrian crosswalk violation. And those people, as an able-bodied person in Farmington, we can't cross Elm Street, we can't cross First Street. Over by Farmington Elementary School, you got that lit up, all the crosswalks, all the way to Midtown, but nothing on Elm Street, nothing on First Street. Second crosswalk violation, I was walking downtown, approaching the subway corner, pushed the green button last year. Total walk zone for me. Signals, I was halfway across the intersection. Napa Auto Parts truck, they're out of town now, was coming on a quick trip or maybe from Impact Auto. He was committed. I'm halfway in the intersection and it's still a walk for me. He's coming at me. He stopped within about 5 feet of taking my legs out. I got across the intersection. I called Napa. I should have called the police because he would have been violated. That was with the marked crosswalk. Farmington is unsafe to walk. That driver, I should have called the police. He would have got a violation. And with that, back to the charter school, we live 2 houses in from First Street. All winter, I had our yard, I had a runway out to the alley because if I want to go somewhere in the morning, I can't back. Legally, you're supposed to back out, you're not across the center turn lane and then head east. I have a runway. I can still go through there. You cannot get out of our driveways. Dave cannot. They're running to if they're in the left turn lane, and it's mostly school traffic, if they're not turning north on First Street, they're running through the intersection in the center turn lane to go up to the next driveway at the main entrance at 115. They're crossing intersections. Not related to school. My brother and myself were with a neighbor. It was early winter. We were in that center turn lane at First and Elm. We were going to turn south on First, and it was just getting dark. She held her own, older lady. A car was coming straight at us through that center turn lane to go. Once he veered around us, and we saw he went into like Wayne's or something. And within same center turn lane, it was within 3 months ago, I came out our driveway, went down to Division to turn left to go south towards air control, and I had my truck and I just stood my ground. If I get hit, I get hit. A car was coming off the bridge, and they get in that center turn lane, and you're all, two of you are police officers. Minnesota, the general rule is 100 to 200 feet before your turn, not a block and a half. That's too close to call. And then I can't knock the county. I was employee for 25 years. The county and the city are going to put pedestrian crossings on that road, which is insane.
Thank you.
Mid-block crossings, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Just so I can understand how much coffee I'm going to need tomorrow, can I have a hand raising of who's still planning on talking? 2, 3, okay. I can handle that.
Good evening, City Council. Brian Dawson. I live in Rosemont, Minnesota. Was a longtime resident of Farmington, still have family here. And I came as support for some of the people that supported us at the last council meeting in Rosemont when I asked for a moratorium. And it wasn't the meta, it's already under construction. You know, that's already, when it goes online, it's online. But it's also because there's a couple other projects that weren't disclosed to us because of NDAs and lack of transparency, a Project Shamrock and a Project Mercury, that I said, let's take a step back. Please, look at yourself as a city council. You know, you want to build the trust of the representatives of the residents. You know, maybe take some time to see what the meta impact is of that data center. And then also look at, you know, maybe doing some studies and, you know, ascertain what the impact is going to be on the water supplies, et cetera. And the reason I asked for that moratorium was, and the reason I'm here tonight to speak, I wasn't going to speak, is we're not addressing the issue that the Jordan Aquifer it doesn't have boundaries. It's not Rosemont, it's not Apple Valley, it's huge, but it's a finite source of water. And when we talk about, oh, this little bit of water here, 50 million gallons, 3 million gallons, whatever it's going to be, it's all coming out of the Jordan Aquifer. And I don't know if the city of Farmington had to do a 2040 plan. Rosemont had to do a 2040 plan that they started in 2018. It's a comprehensive plan that outlined everything from, okay, where are we going to be in 2040? How are we going to prepare for the growth for transportation, for water, for, you know, all kinds of sustainability studies. And one thing that came out of that was that they used the Minnesota Metropolitan Council to understand what the impact would be on the growth if they achieve or, you know, estimate their 40 or 45,000 resident growth in 2040. What would be the impact on private wells, public wells, et cetera, related to the Jordan Aquifer? And I'm not very good at doing this by memory, even though I repeated it many times. But during that study, or what came out of that study, was the Metropolitan Council's Master Water Supply Review. And this was in 2018, before data centers were even a twinkle in the eyes. And the Metropolitan Water Council at that time said that they had severe long-term concerns identified about the sustainability of the Jordan Aquifer, which included potential water use conflicts between public and private wells, potential for significant declines in aquifer water levels, potential for groundwater pumping and the impact to surface water features and ecosystems, a high vulnerability for contamination, which we are experiencing in Rosemont right now with elevated gross alpha, PFA, and manganese levels, and then uncertainty about the future aquifer productivity. This was in 2018. Okay, here we are now talking data centers, and that's a whole new other level of water usage, public-private well concerns, etc. And so I asked for the moratorium just to step back and let's start looking at this impact. And your neighbors are all thinking the same thing. We just heard that from Councilman Wilson. Lakeville, Egan, now Rosemont's I'm gonna be there tomorrow night because Rosemont, I got an email from the city administrator that they're gonna pass that ordinance. And so I caution it creates jobs. People are coming in for those, but eventually those people leave. You and your families, and a lot of your families are going to be here for many, many generations after that. I have family that lives here right now. And after they leave, what do you want to leave them? Leave them good drinking water. Leave them reasonable utilities. I really don't have anything more to say than that, but it was very, very interesting tonight and to attend a different city's council meeting, and you guys work hard for your money, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Ken Schensel. I'm from Castle Rock Township. Couple things. I had no plans on speaking tonight, and it's getting to be a very long night. So couple things that came to my mind, being somebody that grew up in a rural area, someone that still lives in a rural area. When my friend is farming and he farms ground around me and he's out there doing field work, I can hear that tractor, that diesel engine humming along, and he is nearly a half a mile away in wide open spaces. So I can only imagine how loud a data center is going to be when it's only a couple hundred feet from people's homes and not a wide open area with all those buildings and stuff where that noise doesn't dissipate into the air. You're elected officials. People elected you to do a job. Have you done your job? Have you gone to other cities where these data centers are? Have you sat there and listened to them? I'm not trying to be mean or I'm not insulting you. I'm asking you, have you done that? I'm not against the union workers because I teach at the high school and I teach shop classes, and every day, if not every week, I tell students that's where the money is, blue collar jobs, there's a need for them. So I'm all for the blue collar jobs, but in rural areas, when a farmer wants to put a hog farm up, he has to put that building a half a mile away from any residential properties, even his own, because of the smell, because of the sounds. And he has to put a bunch of trees around there and a buffer around there. A buffer that's way bigger than 250 feet. I'm from a rural area, so I know about that. I'm not going to say I'm an expert on that, but have you looked into that? Where my parents live, they put a wind turbine up right next to the property. My parents have passed away. Every time I go down there, I hear that thing thumping, thumping, thumping all the time. And it's a half a mile away, and I can hear that thing. So again, I think we got to do our research here and check these things out. There's plenty of them out there. Maybe we got to spend a few city dollars and do some traveling around and check these out. Of course, the big tech people are going to, that's their job, is to sell their company. And I'm not against their company, but I don't think the location is right. And if you're listening to the people of Farmington, there's a lot of people that say, we're not against it, we just don't want it right here. Okay? And you said the Jordan Aquifer,
I just put a new well in a couple years ago, and they put it in the Jordan Aquifer. And a good friend of mine is an electrician who's down in Goodhue, and his water comes from the Jordan Aquifer. So how many farms, cities pump water out of that Jordan Aquifer? You know, the Angolan Aquifer covers like 7, 8 states. And 20 years ago, they were saying that that aquifer is drying up because we pump more water out than it replenishes from rain. I know everybody says it's going to bring jobs in, and that may or may not be true, but I've lived here for 25 years, and the city of Farmington keeps getting bigger and bigger. But where does everybody go shopping? I need to go to Target, I go to Lakeville, I go to Dundas, Apple Valley. I need groceries. Anywhere here, I even go get groceries in Vermilion. Not here. Now, I know you're going to say, oh, they'll bring the grocery stores. You don't know that. I mean, if you knew that, we'd all be gone because we'd all won the lottery by now and we'd be somewhere else. Okay? But people come in, they're just going to drive somewhere else because that's where the hotels are, that's where the restaurants are, that's where the clubs are, that's where the shopping is. And I try to shop in town and I try to do as much local as I can, but there ain't much here. This is a bedroom community. You sleep and you drive, and that's kind of sad. Now, it's very sad. Maybe we should build a grocery store at the golf course and put the school over there too. That'd help a lot of people out too. Thanks.
Yeah. Hey, good evening. I guess I'll stand behind the podium today. I don't know what I'm going to say, so I guess we both get to find out. I don't know much, but I know one thing, and it's about the money. It's about the money every time. For you guys, it's about the tax dollars. For about the union guys, it's about their salaries, their wages. For these guys over here in the corner, it's about whatever commission check they're going to collect when this deal closes. I don't know that. I am guessing. I don't know that, but I am guessing. And it sounds to me like the wrong person is in that center seat. Because the only person that has any type of modicum of decency or thoughtfulness for the citizenry here is Steve. So you asked. So I don't know who wrote up these council meeting rules of this, that, and the other, but frankly, y'all deserve exactly what you get. And I hope you get the day that you earn. So you ask for facts. Facts. Someone sits on this council that works for a real estate consultancy service. Fact. You all live within 5 miles. Closest person within about a mile. Furthest person 4.9 miles. Also fact. The person that lives furthest away has owned their home the longest, about 13 years, and is not homesteaded. Why are you not homesteaded? Not that it really means anything in particular, other than that you actually are solidifying yourself in this community. And you know who I'm talking about. You know who you are. But it's always about the money. It's about the money. So he can come in here and say that they're asking for 50 million gallons of water per annum. Oh, don't worry, it's only an extra 2 million gallons of water. Oh, no big deal, only 2 million gallons of water. I looked up while this kid was talking up here. Average usage is 82 gallons a day per person. That's coming from EPA.gov, not, well, I guess 2 hours ago now at this point. Population of Minnesota is 5.8 million people. What they're asking to draw from this aquifer or whatever is the equivalent of about 9.5% of the usage of the total population of the state. And how many of these things are coming into the state? And frankly, I forgot, my name is Nick, and I live in that community. You're putting it about maybe 500 yards from my east wall. And that's gracious because I'm not the one that's suffering the worst. There's someone that lives in that cul-de-sac, in his backyard, or on that street that faces directly to the former golf course. Again, your leadership is weak. It's like you read about leadership in a book or you watched it in a sitcom, but fail to put any of those actual things into action. You don't know what it means. Luckily, one of my neighbors invited you to our Easter egg hunt for our children, which was actually only a fraction of the children that actually live in that neighborhood. 2 of you showed up. I don't know how many of you were invited, but I'll just focus on the 2 of you that came. So again, you came, that's great. That's still weak leadership. It took an invitation to come to the neighborhood. Why? Because you're all so cowed by the previous mayor. You all have equal vote. What kept you from coming to the neighborhood and actually speaking to us? I know I'm not going to get an answer. I'm not expecting one. It's your job to sit there and listen. So Nick, I don't know exactly what you said earlier on when you tried to tie it all together for them, putting on rose-tinted glasses for them, make it all nice and pretty with a bow. Meanwhile, Steve is actually thoughtful in his process and actually has real questions. You will offer leading questions to these people, knowing what answer you're going to get in return. Gosh, you guys are weak. And I guess I'll just address what this older gentleman said. Excuse me, you're not old. You're dashing. You're dashing. 13 members, 13 people signed up for this to have the opportunity. And I'll reiterate exactly what he said. Y'all live in the same neighborhood. You're all friends. You're all pals. So you take the cop that was formerly on the planning commission, and now you put him on the council. He's already voted yes all the way through. Your leadership is a joke. And I am going to manifest what I want to see in tomorrow. And it's replacing every single one of you and whoever is ever over here that has helped push this project forward with the exception of Steve.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I've got too much to talk about to introduce myself. You all know who I am. So one of the biggest things here, union jobs. I just want to let the union members know that are out there. I support you. I'm not a union member myself, but I did grow up with 2 parents who are union members. I'm curious, did this developer agreement guarantee the best pay that you possibly can, a prevailing wage? Did any of you read that? I don't see a prevailing wage. Do you require a prevailing wage when you take any of these bids to do any of this work? Will you require the developer to pay a prevailing wage, a union wage? Union members, I'd like you to think about that. You got a letter from them. You got a letter directly from TRAC because they're a lobbyist. They're lobbying at the state level, and the only people who are with that lobby, and I'm not here to start a political debate, but they're Democrats. And your union tells you to vote for Democrats. I've seen that man around the Capitol. He's a lobbyist. They are lobbyists. That's what they're there to do. And now, I would even go as far to say is they're bringing in union people to intimidate us as residents. Say, hey, we're here for the jobs. We're here for the jobs. Are you going to go out to this restaurant that the previous mayor wants anyone to build every day to support a restaurant? No, you're not. And that's the truth. Your wife or significant other likely packs your lunch. I hope they do. It's probably good. So as far as union being here and union jobs, you're being told to be here from a union that you pay and from them. You're being told, you're being asked. And it's not for the reasons that you think it is. It's not for the reasons of supporting the union. I am unbelievably pissed off tonight. Capricious. Do you even know what that word means? Do you have any idea what that word means? Or did you hear it from the attorney first? A capricious no vote. The same thing could be very well said about the yes vote that happened in 2024. Do you have any idea what the word means? Just give me a nod, yes or no. Do you have any clue what that word means? Yeah, I didn't think so. You're not even saying yes or no. You can't even do that because I don't think that you know. It means without merit. It means without justification. It means that you're just voting no to vote no, or you're voting yes just to vote yes. That is not what happened. And threatening your other council members with legal mumbo jumbo that you frankly don't understand? Are you kidding me? If any of you have no idea what that word means, and you took that and said, oh my gosh, a capricious no vote, I better vote yes because otherwise I'm putting myself at legal liability. What a bunch of crap. Absolute just crap. You don't even know what that word freaking means. I could very well get up here and say it was a capricious yes vote tonight, except for Steve. Without merit. You voted yes on a final plat, not you, some of you, 2 of you didn't, 2 of you did. You voted yes on that without even knowing all of the facts. And you admitted it tonight over and over again. Well, we have to update this because we didn't know everything. We have to update this because we didn't know everything. Capricious. What a joke. What an absolute, just complete joke that you would even mention that term. I am so flippin' mad. Facts and figures. It's very interesting that this developer up here says, oh, we're not going to use more than 48,000 gallons, 48 million gallons in a calendar year of water. He even went as far to say that, oh, that's how much the golf course used. BS. Show me any figures anywhere in the city that you know how much water that golf course used. I golfed it a lot. They watered the greens and they watered the fairways. And they didn't do it for 12 freaking months out of the year. They did it for 4 in the hottest times if we were lucky. I know, because when I go and hit the dust ball out of the rough, which most of mine were, that's where it is. And they're sitting here saying, oh, they're going to use the same amount of water. Then why did they ask for millions and millions more in the AUAR? This brings up my last point, zoning. If you are super concerned, if you're and you want to follow a process, then follow the EIS process. Make that part of that. You had an opportunity to go through and have them and ask them to do that. They came and asked you for something that wasn't negotiation. You could have pushed back and asked them for something. It's not freaking capricious.
Thank you, Nate.
Nancy Arstead, Castle Rock Township. The following are my opinions only, and I speak only for myself. One of you said you hoped speaking was cathartic. No, talking to 4 brick walls is not cathartic. Then why do I come here and speak? Because evil flourishes when good men do nothing. I read that in a Holocaust memoir. And yes, evil is flourishing in Farmington, and I refuse to do nothing. When you do unto others what you would not want done to you, that is evil. You sacrificed us, that is evil. And the way you did it, the NDAs, the goal to offset the opposition, your staff sharing our emails, the talking points, it's all evil. You side with these men here who want to come and collect a temporary paycheck and move on, while you've ignored your own residents. The people that you promised to serve. That's evil. That's evil. If these men, who I'm sure love their families and communities, had to live next to this data center, I'm sure they would be here fighting with me right now. So it's interesting that they will sit and support a project that will so negatively harm my neighborhood and families. You want jobs and money? Our suffering pays your jobs and your money. It's dirty money here in Farmington. It's dirty. No, I do not come here to change your minds. I know you're not going to change your minds. I come here to show them that you are not going to change your minds. That's why I come. I'm showing Farmington residents, other cities around us, Rosemont, Eagan, people across the country, anyone watching, that you won't change your mind, that you stay indifferent. I'm showing that people can come here for 2 full years and still be ignored. Evil loves darkness. It does not like light. I come to shine light. And what it shows is a complete lack of empathy. There will be proof, this is another reason I come, it's history. There will be proof that I stood here and tried. Once this starts being built and things really heat up, no one will be able to say that you or they were not warned. Your city videos and your minutes will tell the story of who did this to Farmington and that we begged you for 2 years to not go forward. You will not be able to rewrite history. I know you are being told by your teammate that we are just a small group of loud people spreading misinformation. Open your eyes to the massive opposition going on. Push back across the country. It's exploded. People are filling gymnasiums. They're voting out entire boards, council boards. It's all over the news. Protests are everywhere. Is that because they are wonderful to live by? So everyone across the country is as misinformed as we are? Too dumb to understand that the great tax income that can be gained? You know we're not a minority. History will not treat you well. Now, as for the new data center website, I have never seen such beautiful words used to describe construction lighting. If the 2 existing wells are truly sufficient after construction, have them rely on those wells. Why use city water? Change the agreement and put it in writing, if that's true. It says 275 jobs can be filled by Farmington area residents. Can. I can become a movie star. Have them commit in writing. That's all of those jobs will be offered to Farmington residents. Otherwise, it's just empty words. I grew up on a farm and I raised pigs. There's a saying, you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. Pig manure is one of the foulest smelling manures out there. I cleaned the corners of the pens with a snow shovel because it turned to soup. I can assure you that lipstick does not change a pig nor their smell. You can take a project that will destroy my neighborhood, dress it up with fancy words on a website, and is still a project that will destroy my neighborhood. Your vote with your teammate tonight, I expected nothing different from you. If we lose this fight, we will lose it with honor. If you win, you will win with dishonor. Don't you see, you lose either way. Thank you.
I'm Kathy Johnson, 22280 Bering Avenue, and I wasn't planning to speak either, but I had to piggyback on one thing Nancy said, that we're perceived as just a small group of dissidents. I had a realtor look it up, and this was 2 years ago. There's 932 homes with at least 1 bedroom within 1 mile of the center of Fountain Valley Golf Course. And there are over 2,500 homes with at least 1 bedroom if you go out 2 miles. That's how far the data center, classic data center home travels. You made the comment way back when that there's some winners and losers in every situation, Nick. I'll never forget that comment. I think that when you're elected into a city like Farmington, you're supposed to serve all your residents, and Southeast Farmington is quite well populated. Thank you.
Good evening, Doug Sahonic. I live on Fairview, next to the fairgrounds here. I just want to give some comments. I had several members here. I'm the one that sent the postcard to probably 16,000 electricians in Minnesota that this is an important project to us, and to consider coming and talking, or at least listening and educating yourselves on it, because there's so much disinformation out there about data centers. I believe there's 76 data centers in Minnesota right now. Most of you would never.
Legacy.
Most of you would never. Thanks for your comments, though. I appreciate it. There's so much divisiveness on this issue on both sides. I had a lot of people speaking for unions in here that don't belong to a union, especially not mine. So for them to suggest that I am making members come here or telling them to come here, I asked them if they would consider coming here to listen. But we really wanted people that live in Farmington, because that's, who it affects. So I understand that. The gentleman that said he got the postcard from me, I don't know if he's got a household member that works for Excel or Dakota
electric. That's possible how he got a postcard, or just that we mixed it up, because he says he's one of my members. I don't know. Like I said, we've been building them for decades, and I understand that not everybody likes them. I mean, I don't know what they're going to say if there's a feedlot or a Sam's Club or right? I mean, I remember when the ice arena, we were talking about putting a second sheet of ice in this town, and everybody said, F no, we can't have it. Voted it down, and development has not happened in Farmington since, right? If that would have happened, I had people tell me that were on the council that we could have got a hotel, which would have led into more business development, and we can't even attract a grocery store here. So the gentleman's right. This is a flyover town. There's only so much more room to build houses. I mean, if you guys want to not have commercial development in Farmington, you better make up your mind soon, because you're almost out of land, right? So, I mean, the north is done. Lakeville's pro-business. Rosemont's pro-build. Apple Valley's pro-build. Northfield's pro-build. And I understand, I'm trying to be respectful. The not in my backyard thing is a real deal. I understand it, but, you know, unfortunately, from all the information that I get that's out there, most of it's outdated, it's inaccurate, and it's meant to scare people. And I understand that. This is not the first issue that I've been involved in, that there's people that don't want to build stuff, so they come up with a bunch of, I don't know, if you don't want it next to you, I suppose you come up with some reasons. I'm trying to be respectful. I got friends on both sides. I got friends in this room that are against it. But I'm trying to be respectful. Some of them want golfers and crops on the land. Others have said they want development. So, you know, I just don't know where some folks want to land. But it just, like I said, it's... There's a lot of negative comments about it. I'm trying to be respectful to everybody here. I don't want to waste a lot of your time. I just want you to understand that a lot of these people also live in the community just like you folks. And they coach here, they go to church here, they work here, they live here, they volunteer at the VFW with me. I mean, I'm not just helicoptering in here to tell you guys how to do your business. I live here too, so it's important to me too. So I encourage you all to visit data centers. Sounds like you're all experts on it. The generator thing, right? I mean, I've heard somebody here tonight saying there were going to be 70 generators at that one in Rosemont or the one in Farmington. That's not how it works. There's a Dakota Electric line and an XL line. They don't need all those generators. So lots of data centers don't use water. They use glycol, sealed system. So anyways, I'm just trying to present some facts. And I'm not here to change your minds. You guys can shake your heads at me. I tried to be respectful of your comments. So anyways, as I said, the anti-data center crowd has done a great job in Minnesota, from Hermantown to Faribault. And if they don't want it in their backyard, I get why they're going to make up this stuff. But modern day data centers can exist in communities and have a very positive impact on taxes, jobs, and providing support in the community. So with that, I'll respectfully hang it up. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
I'll move right next to it right now. I got members that live next to all the data centers. You guys are out of your minds. I have a hospice. Yeah. Thank you. I will.
Okay. Last call. All right. Roundtable. Amy?
I have no report tonight, Mayor.
Phil?
No, appreciate it. Great first meeting, and look forward to working with everybody. Thank you.
Holly?
In the interest of all of our bladders, I'll keep it short. I thank you for serving. Thank you to everybody that did apply, but ultimately my decision-making process was based on someone who was already enveloped into the system regardless of their position, and I knew would be able to hit the ground running without a lot of uptick. And you are absolutely that individual, and I'm very grateful to you.
Mayor, council, members of the audience, if you could please just respect that we're still in our meeting. If you would like to talk, please step out to the hallway. Thank you.
Steve.
Grateful to you. It's not a small ask of your family. It's not a small ask of you. And it means a lot to have you up here serving with us, so I appreciate that. For community members that are looking for something that is not related to city business. I, as you know, will always advocate for individuals supporting our youth, particularly those that are involved in the arts. And Mean Girls the Musical is coming to FHS. They open this Friday. There are shows Friday, Saturday, Sunday, next Monday, Tuesday. It's a great little show. Actually some fantastic messaging and support systems around anti-bullying, eating disorder awareness, drug and alcohol abuse as primary notes and topics that are actually going to be addressed in the atrium for people that need information around those topics. For those that don't, it's a really great and funny musical about teenage life put on by teenagers. So I encourage you to come if you can. That's all I have.
Thank you. Jake?
Phil, welcome. Thank you for being willing to step up. I look forward to getting to know you a little bit better and working together over the next 8 or 9 months. And Melissa, congratulations on finishing your first day.
Steve?
Yeah, I would also say welcome to Phil, and that's right, Melissa, it is your first meeting, so welcome.
Lynn?
All right, Melissa, you did a great job. It's your second first day at Farmington, so we appreciate you being here with us tonight. Phil, welcome. Look forward to continuing working with you, and I really want to say a huge thank you to Shelley, Patty, and Shirley. I could sit here for hours talking about how great they are and how they have made such an impact on the city of Farmington to all of the staff. I remember coming here on my first day and Shelley welcoming me and being so welcome and, you know, making me feel at home. And Patty, I can't say enough about how she helped me get through a difficult time when I first got here, when all the transition in HR and payroll. So it means a lot. And Shirley, there's nothing that she would not do for you, and she gets it done. So I appreciate all those ladies. And with that, also the swearing-ins, we love that when we can see the families come, and we appreciate our police officers, and we'll be seeing some firefighters coming soon, so we'll look forward to that. So with that, thank you and appreciate it.
Melissa?
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. And also, as she said, for Shirley, Patty, and Shelley, they are amazing and they will be missed. So thank you.
Thank you. Dansky?
Mayor, Council, I just want to reiterate how proud I am to be a member of Team Farmington. As we were doing all the recognitions and stuff tonight, I was reminded that our HR manager, Sam Hazelrig, who was here last meeting, was recently, just last week, putting together the annual League of Minnesota Cities Benefit and Salary Survey response for us to submit. And one of those that one of the items of data she was gathering was for licenses and certifications that are held by city employees. And I just want to go through some of those, just going to reiterate the expertise that we have in Team Farmington. I won't reiterate, this is just a sampling. The spreadsheet for this section is 71 lines long, and some of those lines have multiple things on them. But in Team Farmington, you have certified parks and recreation professionals, you have certified tree inspectors, certified playground inspectors, certified human resource professionals. You have multiple licensed building officials, licensed boiler operators, licensed pesticide applicators, economic development professionals. You have on the public works side many Minnesota Department of Transportation certificates for numerous things related to public works. And then I know myself and a number of my colleagues here either currently do serve or have served on our boards of directors for our various professional organizations. So I'm very proud of Team Farmington, the work they do, and the pride that all of our team members take in their work each and every day. I just want to actually, going off of Kelly's Parks and Recreation report, even highlight Ted, Robert, Jeremy, and Greg for all of their facility work. I think a lot of people would be surprised on how the age of actually a lot of our buildings, just because of the pride that they take in maintaining them each and every day. So thank you.
Thank you. Deanna.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I also want to wish our 3 retirees well in the next chapter. And by the way, Shelley makes the best chocolate chip cookies. So if you've never had them, you're missing out. And I also want to just let the community know that tonight the EDA approved a microgrant program. So we will be working hard to get the message out to our business community, but our Economic Development Authority tonight authorized a microgrant, which will be a matching grant up to $10,000 for our businesses to support a multitude of different business activities and business needs to support our business community. So this is a fantastic resource and tool, and we look forward to be able to put those dollars to good use. So more information to come on that. Be looking for information on our website and information again on the various different social networks, or social media avenues. But that will be a really great tool for the Farmington community. So thank you.
You, John.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. Roads. We awarded a contract tonight for the Willow Street improvements, MSA improvements. So we'll be getting a schedule on that, and a pre-construction meeting's already been set. You acted this evening to kick off the feasibility study for the 2027 MSA improvements, which is First Street from Ash Street up to Spruce. You also approved the feasibility study to start for the 2027 street improvements, which is 7th Street and Beach Street. We're opening bids next week on the 2026 street improvements, which is 2nd Street. So appreciate all your support and actions to improve our roadway systems.
Thank you. Kelly.
I want to congratulate the 3 ladies retiring as well, Patty, Shirley, and Shelley. You'll definitely be missed. And Shelley has a no button that she always pushes when I come upstairs. So I'm not sure if it's going to one of her teammates, but if not, I'll take that no button downstairs.
Kim.
Mayor and Council, tonight on your agenda, you approved a couple new positions, or not new positions, job descriptions for finance staff. One is a position that we currently have, and a brand new assistant finance director. And we're spread pretty thin in finance, and the need is real. So I just wanted to indicate that I appreciate your support.
Chief Price.
Just want to wish Patty, Shelley, and Shirley a very happy retirement. We work very closely with all of them. Patty is probably very excited not to have to work with the fire department anymore on payroll due to the different pay that we all have. This week we're doing our live fire training. It kicked off tonight, so if you're passing and you see a lot of flames behind the station, please don't call it in. We're just doing our live fire training for the year.
Good. Chief.
I'll also congratulate the 3 ladies, Patty, Shelley, and Shirley. It's been great working with them, and then welcome Councilmember WINDSCHITL and Melissa. You made great choices with both of them. Thank you.
Since I think we're probably at the record for the longest meeting I've ever had, I won't belabor this out. To Mr. Shearer's point, I won't try and typo on it either. I guess I anticipate a lot of conversation happening after this. I know you all have opinions. I know every one of them is going to be a little bit different, and I want to tackle them one by one. Let's talk through them. Let's see what tomorrow looks like. Like I said, yeah, we'll just leave it at that tonight. Let's keep having these conversations. I'm not going to have any magic words for you tonight, but I'm not going to stop talking about this. I encourage everyone to keep showing up. What you have done so far has produced a better product at the end of the day. Even if it's been painful to get here, it is better than where we started. And I do believe we can keep making that happen. I will look for a motion to adjourn. Motion by Steve, second by Jake. All in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned at 11:08.